Good morning, everybody. And what a beautiful morning to start with the pajama donkeys. We are currently at the Djuma Dam Cam. And how pretty are they? Welcome to Escape to Nature. And I am hoping we are going to see a lot of beautiful animals today. My name is Lisa, and I will be one of your naturalists today. Hopefully, we are going to see a lot of crazy, beautiful animals, a lot of interactions. But of course, as always, we are looking forward to a wonderful day on Escape to Nature. Now, I have to say, for those of you that did join us this morning on Sunrise Safari, I am very jealous. That is the one thing that I am good at, is bokdrolspoeg. And I really would have loved to join the gentlemen that did the challenge. But alas, hopefully there will be another time. But how beautiful is this? What a way to start the morning. I love zebras. Now, of course, as always, as you know, this is live and this is, of course, an interactive experience. So please do let us know if you have any questions, comments, whatever you would like to see today. Please let us know so we can keep an eye out for that. And of course, if you have any questions, anything you would like to know from us, please do let us know, because at the end of the day, this is your safari and we want you to love it as much as we do. We've got a very, very pregnant zebra over here. Two of them actually. So the one on the far left and the one on the right, closest to us. You can actually see their veins on their tummies. Look at that. Hi. So very interesting while we are talking about pregnancy, and we've got a foal in sight actually. Of course, it's not a baby zebra anymore, but you can see it is much smaller than the adult. It's very interesting. It's been resting the one leg like that for a while, so I don't know if it's perhaps just resting the leg or if it's got a boo-boo or an ouchie. But I'm getting off track here again now. What I did want to show you, which I very rarely actually get this perfectly and able to show you up close, is that black spot on the inner leg in front. Now that is actually a callus, also a birthmark as we know it. And what happens when a baby zebra is in the womb? Their front legs are actually tied together. And as soon as you know they are born and they get up, it sort of splits apart or tears apart. And that is what leaves that black mark, because I'm sure many of you know zebras actually have like a black skin. So that then sort of exposes the skin. And that is why they have that black callus on their front legs. How cool is that? And it's very, very rare for me to actually, I've tried many a times at various of our locations. They have never wanted to stand this still for me and this perfectly. So I'm very, very grateful to be showing you this now. Nature is a funny thing. Oh, just look how beautiful you guys are. And of course, this is what we spoke yesterday about. When zebras stand like this with the opposite sides to one another, that is just obviously to help each other swat the flies from their faces. What a beautiful scene. Kelly, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. Absolutely a great start. Zebras are... I think I'm starting to sound like a hypocrite because I say everything is my favorite, but I really do love zebras. Of course, elephants are my favorites, But zebras are very, very cool. There was just one here close to this little pan, but it has moved off. And of course we've got our Egyptian geese, ever so present as always, and vocal of course. How beautiful is this? It's very interesting. I just want to show you. So this one closest to us, you can see two of the lines on the stomach is not perfectly matched up. Now the reason for that could be, you know, it could have been a predator previously that actually tried to get to it, and the skin obviously tore. And then luckily, as most animals, they heal very, very quickly and very well. But then of course, you know, the skin doesn't know, okay, well, I have to match with other stripes. So then you can clearly often see where they've had an injury. But often, you know, zebras can pick up injuries from one another as well. They do have a very interesting dental structure. They've actually got a set of tushers in their mouth, which they bite each other with. So even when they're not kicking something, they can bite something as well. These two are quite the posers right now. I love it. Just look at that one's ears constantly going, you know, they always have to be, of course, on the lookout, but I always say they're on the listen out, because you never know what is around the corner that might potentially want to snatch you up. But that being said, you know, of course, zebras do get preyed upon, but from my experience and knowledge, it's not the preferred meal. And the reason for that is they've got very fatty meat. It's not a lean animal like wildebeest, for instance. So of course they do get preyed upon. Sarah, good morning. Thank you for your question. You would like to know if zebras have any form of social structure. Yes, definitely. So they form harems. You do find bachelor herds as well, just like with impalas, but there will be one stallion that is in charge, and he's got a group of mares. And funny enough, within that harem alone, there's also a hierarchy within the mares. So there will be like a first wife, second wife, etc. So definitely they've got a social structure, but as I mentioned, they can be very vicious animals as well. And when you do have stallions that have not yet established harems, they will of course fight one another like the males always do for the attention of the females. Of course, having to prove who's the prettiest and the strongest, who's gonna have the most beautiful babies. Just, oh, this is something I can never get tired of. Just look at that. How incredible is Mother Nature? I would never have thought of that if I was ever able to design or create an animal. That is not the first thing that would come to my mind. Same with giraffes. What is that? Oh, this one is googling. It's gonna take a nappy nap. So stunning. And of course, you know, the constant shiver as well, just like the wagging of the tail, is just to sort of get rid of the parasites and everything on their skin that might be irritating them. So as I mentioned, you can actually see the bulging veins on some of the pregnant females. Like this one over here, you can actually see how round and full she is. And that being said, you know, I've mistaken many zebras saying, oh, that's a female, and then not the case. Unless their obvious genitalia is showing, it's quite tricky to tell their sexual dimorphism if they are not, for instance, wagging the tail as such. So with the zebras, that black stripe in the rear between the hind legs, that actually tells you the gender of the animal. So females will have a very thick black stripe as opposed to the males that have a very, very thin stripe.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Now, it's always interesting when we observe and study animals, because if you look at, for instance, elephants that mud bathe, elephants have beautiful long lashes. And, you know, we tend to think that, okay, that's nice. That is not what we want to see. Let me try to not show you a zebra bum. Traffic bum. Or photo bomb. Bum. Sorry. So with elephants, you know, of course, they've got beautiful long lashes. And the reason for that is when they mud bath and dust bathe, that is to protect the eyes. So same with the zebras. You know, they do tend to roll around in the soil or in the dust, just sort of also getting some exfoliation on their skin, but also, of course, to get rid of the parasites. Now, the other day, someone asked me, okay, well, why does a giraffe have long lashes then? Because they don't dust bathe. Which is, of course, you know, again, an excellent question. And as always, these are just our interpretations of, you know, what we observe with the animals and our guesses to why they are designed the way they are. So with giraffes, the reason for their long lashes would be, of course, they are browsers and they love feeding on acacias, which is a very thorny tree. So often that is just to sort of protect their eyes when they do have to get really deep into those branches just to get their salad. But with the zebras, you can see very cool design, beautiful lashes, but pointing downwards so that when they are in fact rolling around, it's just protecting their beautiful eyes. Same with the hairy ears. Very, very cool. I know most of you are probably thinking, Lisa, it's just zebras. We've seen zebras on Wild Earth. But for me personally, this is the first time I get to show you this up close and neatly on Escape to Nature. So I'm very, very thrilled right now. Let us take a look-see and see what else is around. We've got an impala. Christopher, yes, I could not agree with you more. That is what I love about my job. We can literally observe these animals, talk about them, check them out, and they don't even know that we are here. Sometimes, especially we've seen here at the Djuma Cam, the elephants do hear the camera. But other than that, these animals have no idea that, we are technically gossiping about them. So it's really so cool. Where are your friends, little one? You will become a happy meal soon if you don't find some friends. Now, of course, these two species can coexist because they don't eat each other, for one. But also they don't compete for food. Impalas are mixed feeders, so they eat grass and leaves, where zebras are bulk grazers, so they eat any type of grass. So even if the impalas, don't want to go for the grass, they can just feed on some leaves. I'm also one of my other missions. Oh, there's your friend. All right. Oh, well, I'm being told that apparently we're having an antelope competition today. Now I'm going to send you over to Nick, who apparently has a slight bit more antelope than we do right now.
Morning from Kariega, where we have all the antelopes in the world, apparently. No, we do. We're having an amazing morning here. Plenty of game out in the open clearings. You can see at the top of the frame we've got a slightly more overcast day today compared to yesterday. A little bit cooler, a little bit more respite from the heat. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. Yeah, welcome everybody. So glad you guys could join along. And you can see in the frame we've got some eland. Right at the back there we've got some zebra. We did have an ostrich, but he's moved off somewhere to greener pastures. Yeah, and I'm sure even as the day progresses, even though at the moment it's not as hot as it was yesterday, I'm sure we will start to get plenty of other antelope coming down. I'm sure we'll get a nice big herd of impala. If we're lucky, some wildebeest, some blesbok maybe. Yeah, and kind of in the background there it looks like solid cloud cover, but the clouds have kind of been coming over in waves of shafts of sunlight coming through And then going back into the kind of overcast conditions. It's been making it a little more challenging in terms of photography, adding a good amount of atmosphere though. Picasa, in terms of panning, well, I've got the camera on a tripod, and you've got a few different levers, one for sort of vertical movement, one for horizontal movement. Just ease up on the tightness of the one lever and move it across as slow as possible, because slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Yeah, you can see some of those eland on the left hand side have even got their head right down. They're feeling really restful, really peaceful there. Beautiful scene at Kariega here this morning. Yeah, yesterday we did have a beautiful sighting of a rhino heading down to some of the mud wallows. Maybe later on today we'll head towards Scotia Dam, towards some of those mud wallows. Maybe even these eland and zebra that we're watching might even head down that way to get a drink of water. In a situation like we've got here, you can see the sun's now just starting to poke out once again, and you can see the whiter colors on the zebra and sort of on the neck and the face of the eland, how when the sun comes out, how they draw your attention there straight away. So in terms of photographing this scene, I'd look to I'd wait first of all until the sun came out, and hopefully, we could wait until a shaft of sun came on these animals here, but not onto the distant hill at the back. So the distant hill would still be a bit darker, and I would underexpose my picture, so make the picture a little bit darker. And afterwards, you could, if your foreground was a little bit too dark, you could always go and just increase the shadows a little bit, and that background would be beautifully dark. You'd have amazing subject separation of your eye going straight towards these animals here, and that's the name of the game. You've got to just think about your pictures a little bit before you snap the shot. So I'm kind of got my settings ready, just waiting for that shaft of sunlight to come out. You can even see there now, look at that. That's what we're talking about. Lens, in terms of filters, the only one that I use is just a UV filter for the front of my lens, just to protect it. A good quality one, so that it's not distorting your image or the quality of your lens that you've bought. But just in the case that I get a scratch on the front of the lens or something like that, that I can just replace the filter. I don't have to replace the whole lens. It's just more of a preventative thing. Now you can get a lot of other filters, polarizing filters. You can get sort of ND graduated filters, which will make your overall image darker. Maybe if you're trying to do let's say landscape photography, and you've got a river flowing through there, and you want your river to almost come out in terms of like a mist because of your slow shutter speed, in terms of actual, what you see, like the bubbles of a river and the flow of a river, because that ND graduated filter would make your overall picture darker. To get enough light to come into the picture, your shutter's got to be open for longer. And that movement and the swirling motion of the river would all get sort of, it would get blurred out. It would look like a fine mist. But to answer your question in a short answer, just a UV filter. But Lance, thanks so much for your question. I mean, it's awesome to be getting questions and feedback and things like that. And yeah, 100%. This is definitely an interactive safari. I'd love to hear more questions about anything. The animals, photography, whatever's on your mind. Alright, I'm going to stay with these eland and zebra and going to hand you over to Max. On second thoughts, I'd actually prefer for you guys to stay with me, so you're here for me for a while longer. Yeah, but in terms of those filters and things like that, graduated filters, I've never really thought about getting into it myself. I must say I enjoy taking landscape pictures. It's definitely an amazing aspect, but I think for me personally, I think I photograph sort of wildlife and their behavior and their actions more than pure landscapes personally. Yeah, obviously your filters, that's a nice accessory that you can add to your camera bag. Yeah, something that I'm looking at maybe getting would be an external speed light, so an external flash. So one that's not sort of built into your camera body. So what that would do is, let's say we had an amazing colored sunset behind these eland here. Very hard to expose for both the sunset colors, which are a lot brighter, and where these eland would be, obviously darker because you'd be looking towards the sun. So you dial in your settings on your speed light for the foreground, for where your eland are, to pop enough sort of flash, enough light on them so you can see what's happening there. And on your camera you would dial in your settings, you would underexpose your sunset to get your true sunset colors. At a distance like this, of where we are from the eland, we're quite far. This would probably be too far for your external flash. But what that external flash does at the end is create something more of what your eye is really seeing. Your eye is much more developed than what any camera is, in terms of the dynamic range of very bright lights and very dark darks. So that external speed light would help to portray exactly what you're seeing with your eyes. Does get a little bit complex though, you're having to fiddle with a lot of different settings then. Normally if you did slot your external speed light onto the top of your camera, every camera's got a small little sort of groove of where it fits into, your speed light would then be directly in line. Your flash would be in line with your lens. And when you pop your flash off, that would mean that you'll get red eye. I'm sure everybody's seen that in photos of, family photos and things. There's always one person with eyes that pop up red. So to negate that, you'd get something, you'd put your flash to the side. So you can get a little bracket which holds your flash to the side. And that's the solution to your red eye. You wouldn't get red eye. Just in terms of angles of light going into the eye and things like that, it sorts it out one time. Thanks for coming. I might snap a photo here. You can see we've got some nice light on these eland and zebra now. Yeah, that's stunning. So in terms of getting the shot, there's a lot of details in terms of getting the shot. You can see the tree that's in the background. See the angle that it's leaning to the right-hand side. So naturally your eye is going to move from left to right. So if we had to now look for the perfect composition, see we've got quite a bit of space on the left-hand side of the photo here. A little bit of unnecessary space. So what I would maybe do is I'd maybe just look to move the camera, pan it to the right-hand side a little bit. Maybe somewhere, oopsie, I'm sorry about that, guys. Maybe like that. Look at most of your antelope. Most of them, you've got at least 3 of them that are looking to the right. Your zebra's looking to the right as well. So you want to give those eland a little bit of space to look into as well. And it just gives that photo a little bit more balance with that tree moving from a left to right position. But that's just my thoughts. If anyone else has got any different thoughts of how they might line the shot up here, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Beautiful, peaceful Sunday morning out on the reserve. When that eland's walking there, that one second to the right, no, he's getting down. Look at those shoulders, the density of muscle that's in those shoulders there. Strong animal. You look at these eland, look at that one standing there. It's a big animal, 800-900 kilos. And surprisingly, for such a big animal, they can move. If they need to send it, they can go. Going to pan slowly to the left hand side and show you some of the other animals we've got in the scene here. Got a few blesbok there, more eland, more zebra. Safety in numbers. That's the name of the game. I mean, think about now if there had to be a single lioness that had to try and move through these areas here. You can see in the foreground the grass is relatively short, so in terms of cover, it's not all too much cover. And you look how many animals are here, how many sets of eyes and ears that are here. Oof, it would be tough. The wind is blowing relatively hard, but also kind of in a swirling motion. You know, sense of smell for all of these animals is so well developed. It would be tough in a scenario like this. You know, moving from those eland and zebra that was on the right to these guys, between these two scenes here, you know, there must be easily be 20 animals, 30 animals. And we did talk a little bit yesterday about in certain instances when you're photographing your sort of your animals in your environment, you're trying to portray where, you know, you've been shooting the scene. You know, shooting a little bit wider like this. In the background, those whitish stalks there, that's from one of the euphorbia trees. You know, you can immediately see that it's a thicker area. You know, you can immediately see that this looks like the Eastern Cape. You know, you wouldn't really find a scene like the background like that maybe at a place like Djuma. You know, up there you'd expect to find, you know, big marulas and things like that at the crest of the hills, maybe jackalberries and leadwoods closer down to some of the bottom of the hills. You wouldn't expect to find such dense areas like this and so many euphorbia trees. You know, so even though a lot of our animals in the foreground are kind of resting, that habitat in the back is telling a story of its own. But at the same time, I mean, those blesbok that we can see there have got that beautiful white blaze, that beautiful white sort of marking on the face there. It's beautiful. In terms of cameras, mirrorless versus sort of the normal DSLR, Lance. So the mirrorless cameras that are coming out is the new tech. You know, it's just different technology in terms of prisms and things like that. Because it's newer technology, the mirrorless should be more expensive because it is better. If you are looking to buy, I would recommend mirrorless. And a lot of these mirrorless cameras, they've now come out with this amazing autofocus system of where it's even able to track onto the eyeball of an animal, whether it's a blesbok, a zebra, or even a bird, and it can track that along for you. You know, you look at a lot of the cameras that came out sort of 4 or 5 years ago, none of them have got that. So I would definitely go for a mirrorless camera. Mirrorless cameras, they generally seem to be in size. The bodies seem to be a little bit smaller than some of the sort of, if you want to call them non-mirrorless, the DSLRs. You know, which might make it easier to handle. They're not as bulky, they're not as big, so for traveling, it's going to be easier to travel with them. Because we all know when you're going overseas or wherever, You know, you don't want to have a 10 kilo backpack if you can make it, 4 kilos instead. So thanks for the question there, Lance. Yeah, I'd definitely say a mirrorless camera. You know, now with these mirrorless cameras coming out, they're even making lenses that are specifically made for the mirrorless camera. And if you have already invested in some other lenses, this morning we were talking about a 70 to 200 2.8 lens that is not built to be a mirrorless lens. But when you buy these mirrorless bodies, they do come with this small adapter that you just click onto your mirrorless body, and that connects to your sort of non-mirrorless lens, if you want to call it that. Easy and simple. These guys have thought of it all. Robert, Kariega definitely has indigenous forests. If you look at the area of where we are here in the Eastern Cape, where Kariega is situated, we have something called the Albany Thicket, which is incredibly diverse, both in terms of animal species, all the way to bird species, all the way to even smaller things like insect species. So Albany Thicket, it's incredibly important. It's not a type of habitat that's sort of broadly found throughout most areas of South Africa. It's a special environment, and we've got to conserve all these different types of environments. So it's very important. When you come to areas like this Albany Thicket, you're going to find different species of organisms that you might not find in a different area, like maybe central South Africa, or Sabi sand or something like that. You've got your euphorbia trees here. You've got things like speckboom, carbon sequestration and things like that. Amazing area. I mean, how incredible would that be? It would be a bonus if you could, get a eland or a zebra lying down next to this tree and lightning bolts in the background. I mean, that's a unique type of picture. I don't know if I've seen too many pictures like that. It's tough to get, huh? There's so many different aspects that you can incorporate into your photography. Like those filters. Without them, it would be so hard to get those lightning strikes like that. It's doable. It's still very doable. If you leave your camera open for 20 or 30 seconds. Even if you think of your star photography. You can crank your ISO up, maybe put it at 3200. You'd use your wide angle lens. You'd use a wide open aperture, 2.8, f2.8 if you've got one. And you'd take your shutter speed all the way down to either 25 seconds or 30 seconds. And that would let in an amazing amount of light. It'd be an incredible photo. But let's take you across to Mashatu. There are some elephants at the waterhole there.
You don't have elephants. Oh, I am so happy right now. Our elephants finally woke up at Mashatu and came to say hello. And our quillias, of course, as always. Oh man, what a beautiful day. And there's a Nunu. Look at the Nunu coming. That bull does not seem too happy with him though. One that just with its rear to us, that opened its ears, seemed to have intimidated that cow a little bit. However, I don't know if I would take on an elephant cow with a little one. It's certainly not on my bucket list. And there's quite a few youngsters here. How precious. You can see there's a tiny one. Just sort of off center left. Just amongst the elephants there in the middle. And then of course to our right there's another young one. And another bigger young one. What a treat. And as I said yesterday, multiple times, I will never again take elephants for granted, specifically at Mashatu. Because they have been a little bit scarce in comparison to our other days here on Escape to Nature at Mashatu. So I'm very happy that they finally came back to say hello. Seems like two younger bulls here off to the side. Seems like that one wanted to look for some trouble, but luckily it did not continue. But of course the younger bulls do challenge one another, just like a lot of other animals, you know, impalas, the zebras as we spoke about earlier. It's all about dominance in nature. Oh, honestly, for me, this never gets old. An elephant reflection on the water. It's one of my favorite things. So of course, you know, as we are watching this is live and interactive. So please get in touch with us. Whether you would like to know about photography from Nick, or whether you would like to know anything from the other naturalists, or tell us something, you're more than welcome to tell me what is your favorite animal or your favorite experience in the bush. Is it a good reflection on the water when elephants are bypassing? Is it perhaps lion cubs, zebra babies? Oh, when I start thinking about it, my brain just gets wrecked because it's always difficult to choose a favorite. You know, nature is so incredible. Look at the baby. Oh, that's really tiny. There's always one that goes for a last drink or last splash or last swim. Jeez, we were literally just in time for that because it happened so quickly. They literally, as we came over to Juma, you know, they just arrived and got a quick drink, moved off. Just want to see where the rest of the herd is. Interesting, this one adult off to the right might perhaps be waiting because there's a younger calf. Of course, it's not a baby elephant anymore, but it is a youngster, so perhaps just making sure it's all right. Yes, Egyptian geese, we know you are here. You don't always have to keep telling us. Just want to see if there's more elephants still on this side. Yes, of course. Don't know if you see that off to our right. The little one is actually imitating the older elephant. It also just had its trunk curled up. So, of course, you know, that is how they learn. Because a baby elephant has no idea what to do with that thing on its face once it's born. So, by observing the adults, even, you know, the younger elephants, the cousins, sisters, that is actually how they get functionality over the years over that trunk. And it takes a lot of practice. Some of them get it faster than others. It's always so interesting to see how they sort of try and get it right. Emma, good morning. Yes, always. Elephants love a good splash. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, any day of the week. They really do enjoy it. But that being said, as I say, yesterday and the day before, we had a rather quiet day in terms of elephant activity at Mashatu. So I'm very, very happy that we are once again getting to see them, because eventually you do tend to take animals for granted, you know, whether you see them every single day or often. Eventually you forget that it's actually a massive, massive privilege to actually be able to see them in their natural habitat. Just want to take one last look at this beautiful Ellie. Always just really astonishes me how quickly they disappear. And even when you're tracking elephants, you know, here in Mashatu we're grateful because You know, it's a very open area, so you can sort of see them coming from afar. But if it's like in Djuma, you know, a lot of bushveld around, then it gets a bit trickier with elephants. And of course, you know, massive animal, but they camouflage so well. Even in areas like Mashatu, as we see over here, specifically right now, they blend in very well with the bush due to the trees being dead. So that grey just blends right in with the trees. These quillias are really enjoying their photo bombing again today. And he's had enough. I always wonder, how do they decide, okay, that's enough? Is it like us, you know, okay, well, my stomach is really full now, I'm going to carry on, or is it, I don't want to get too far behind the herd, let me rather move off? Alrighty, well, as always, I will keep an eye on Mashatu in the meantime, but at Djuma, it seems like we've got some fighting going on, so let's take a look. Why can't we all just get along? That one even had a good time to, you know, get in a head scratch before carrying on. Now, of course, you can see there's a significant size difference, thus an age difference between these two impalas. But it might be that the younger one actually, you know, had a bit of bravery within him and challenged the older one. Or other way around, you never know. But this is what the bachelors do. They challenge one another, try to impress the females if the females do in fact come around. But this is not really, I've been keeping an eye on them. This is not too serious. If they carry on for a while, you know, without stopping at all, then you know, okay, well, now it's getting a bit serious. And of course, they can break their horns in this process. So it's a very clever stance that younger one took now, because of course, you know, when he goes down, he's a bit more grounded and hopefully a bit more stable and stronger. So as opposed to, you know, you can see he's much smaller than the older one. So as opposed to just trying to push it away and in the process yourself getting pushed away. As soon as you go down to the ground, you are a bit more stronger. You know, you're literally standing your ground then. So your horns are too tiny. You can't do that. And I'm always astonished how they don't, you know, poke each other's eyes out, and it really is incredible. But of course, again, by observing other impalas, this is how they learn. Just like with the elephant bulls, as I mentioned, they actually also observe the adults when they have to learn how to fight, establish dominance, all of that. I don't know if you got to hear that horrible sound, I always compare them to the lilac-breasted roller because it's such an elegant animal, and then they open the mouth and it's like that. There. Tim, so you would like to know how long does it take an impala or juvenile to reach adulthood? So impalas are not very, they don't become very old. So generally, I think their lifespan is, if I'm not mistaken, it's 13 years. So it's not like an elephant, for instance, you know, where elephants only going to their sort of prime at 20 years old. So with impala, anything from like 5, 6 years old, that is generally when they hit their prime. Just want to see what else is around. Because I did spot an impala, not impala. Woo, our zebras are still here. There was also a Nyala bull around earlier, but I don't know if he's probably moved into the bush. Did you guys finally decide it's time to start your day? So you can see these two in front are actually two younger ones. And generally with zebra you can tell by size. But also for me a good indication always is their mohawks. You can see it's much more fluffier than the adults. It's not perfectly worked off yet. They don't have that thick bonding stripe on top of the mane, so they look like little punk rockers. Get that scratch, my friend. I would help you, but it'll kick my teeth out, so no thank you. I always think it must be so horrible if you don't have hands to scratch yourself, you know. You know when you've got a really bad itch, even as humans, and it's just in a spot where you can't reach it. You have to ask someone, can you please just quickly scratch my back or something? But these poor animals have to use trees and logs and rocks. Whereas elephants, you know, elephants still even have it a bit easier where they have their trunks to help them. On my previous reserve I was working, and there was this one elephant, and he would always see him have a stick with him, and if he had a scratch or something he would literally just scratch his itch with a stick and then carry on with his day. Clever animal. I'm really also focused on the soil today, and like the water holes and all of that, the trees, the stumps. I too am looking for some insects and creepy crawlies in celebration of Halloween, so I actually had some squirrels earlier on that were cuddling, but as they do, they moved off. And then we've got a very pregnant wildebeest here in front. I'm not sure about the one at the back. I haven't been able to see. But this one in front you can also see very, very full belly. Busy regurgitating. Which I think is such a nifty tool in nature. Getting as much nutrients as possible. I think that would be so useful and helpful to us as humans, because I know for me specifically, you know, when you're hungry, you just quickly gulp the food down and then it has to try and be digested. Whereas these guys, you know, they can regurgitate, rechew, get as much nutrients as possible, and then if need be, eat again.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
Darling, now it's pretty, but as soon as the sun is like shining, then they are just absolutely beautiful with their fluorescent feathers. So this guy's just looking for some insects, anything he can make breakfast out of right now. So as I said today, specifically at Djuma, I do also want to take a look specifically on the ground, look for some smaller things, very interesting things that we often miss because we only look for the big animals. Seems like our impalas are still going there in the back. So you'll see as they carry on, they actually, you know, they won't fight with the same one constantly. They'll actually sort of, I almost want to say they test each other out. So earlier on I was observing them as well, and one male literally constantly challenged everyone. He didn't just fight with the same one constantly. Reminds me a lot about human behavior as well, you know, because they'll fight and challenge each other, and then you'll see they'll carry on grazing together or drink water, smack each other, and then grab a beer afterwards. Jeez, I don't know where to look. There's so much going on. Hi, oxpecker. Lloyd, good morning, and thank you so much for your comment. Yes, they do have ringside seats for this battle going on. As I say, it's an ever-changing battle because it's not just two constant opponents. They, you know, constantly change over and then challenge each other. Zebras don't seem too bothered though. Yes, indeed. My director is whispering, a rumble in Djuma. This is my favorite thing in nature, is to observe animals have different interactions. And there's so much to look at here right now. I mean, the impalas, the oxpeckers on the zebras amongst themselves. You see there, the impala, it's fine now. He's probably gonna, yep, look for trouble with someone else. I want to have a look. See, I thought I saw massive. Oh no, it's just that log. I thought it's a big bird of prey off to the side, but it's just a log. Jeez, Djuma is really spoiling us today. Look at the geese. Why can't we all just get along, really? So this zebra to our left is a male, as you can tell by the obvious genitalia, but as I say, it's not always showing, and or not showing, but visible to the human eye. Whether it be because they're deep into the bush or whatever the case is. So then often you can just look at the stripe in the rear between the hind legs. You can see it's just enjoying the short green grass, but of course they are bulk grazers, so they don't really care which grass they eat, as opposed to your wildebeest, very selective with the grass they eat. So they will generally go after the shorter, greener grass that the zebras have cut for them. Just beautiful. But of course, while I admire all of our different watering holes, I will definitely keep you updated. But in the meanwhile, I will send you over to Nick, who apparently has some really tall animals.
And we've got a beautiful group of giraffe here. Lovely big group. I think there seems to be potentially that one that's closest to us in the center. I think there might be a small pool of water that could be there, because it looks like one or two of them were bending down to potentially have a drink there. Let's just have a look and see that one. You can see his head is kind of going down a little. Yeah, there we go. Look how he's splaying his legs to the side. We've got that one photo bombing us. But yeah, there's definitely a pool of water. That's amazing. He's definitely having a drink there. There we go. Back up he comes. Yeah, so the wind has definitely picked up quite a lot in the last sort of 45 minutes or so, which is definitely going to add to the nervousness of these giraffes. So when they come to drink water, you could see how that one, he splays his legs to the side and his head goes down, obviously to drink. When he does that, that is probably the most vulnerable position for the giraffe. He can't look around, he can't see what's happening. You know, it's quite a struggle for him to get into that position. You can imagine if a lion or something had to pop up quite carefully. Not an easy position with that sort of tripod-like structure to get up quickly and move away. There's another giraffe coming from the left-hand side. Still drinking there. Beautiful. Yeah, so similar to other animals, you know, zebras and wildebeest and things, when they approach a waterhole, it's going to be quite slow. You know, scanning around, looking for potential threats, potential dangers. And often when giraffe do approach the water, they get there. They start to, you know, move their legs to the side in that tripod position, lower their head to the water, and just before it gets there, something will spook them. A bird will fly off or something like that, and then they back up to that standing position, and the whole process starts all over again. Interesting to see if this giraffe on the left hand side does come drink. There we go. Oh, beautiful. So nice to see them coming down to have a drink. You can see that one all the way on the right hand side. It may not be a fully developed giraffe. We are quite far away from these giraffes, so it's quite hard to see if they're sort of males or females, but it doesn't look like that one is fully developed. In terms of a group of giraffe, you could get a wide array of, it could be many males, it could be many females. They've got what we call a temporary association. So there's no set structure to the group. It's not like a pride of lions that there should be, let's say, 4 females, 5 females, or there should be 5 cubs and there should be 2 dominant males. It's not the case with giraffe. One day you can have, 6 females and 1 male. The next day you could have still 6 females but 4 males. As a general rule of thumb, though, the females generally tend to hang around together a lot more than what males do. It's not uncommon to see a male giraffe moving around by himself. And in terms of the collective name for a group of giraffes, I'll throw this one out there. Anybody know? I love my collective names. I enjoy them. Yeah, so we've already had sort of 4 or 5 of them move off to the right. Still out of frame, but quite far to the left-hand side. There's another single giraffe by itself. Yeah, so I mean, obviously we're going to have earlier, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that big male there. He was towering above everybody else, so in terms of his coloration, he was a lot darker than everybody else, maybe showing a sign of his age there, getting darker as they get older. In terms of his height, fully grown, he should be 5.5 meters or so. This one, look, it's setting up to come for another drink. Wow, look at that. Incredible. Yeah, that was a half-hearted attempt at drinking. There was a massive gust of wind that came through. So usually when they finish drinking, they flick their heads back up. It's almost, I don't know if like the water tickles them. Like we're very far away from these giraffe now, but if there was a way to zoom into just his head, that you would see that they often just like they lick their nose and things like that, almost like they've got an itchy nose. I don't know if you can see that. That's a thirsty giraffe, this one. Yeah, it looks like the whole group of them starting to move off towards the thickets for a bit of feeding.
Always so interesting watching the giraffes. Right now we are in Okukuyo in Namibia, and as always it's a glorious morning at this beautiful waterhole. We've got kudus, zebras, wildebeest, oryx, springbok, looks like impala. Lots and lots of animals as always. What a beautiful scene. Some kudu cows. I don't see a bull amongst them. Oh, there's a giraffe coming. And there's another one off to the right, just in that bush. Another two, I believe. 3. But there's one giraffe coming out now to our left. Just hear the zebras in the background. What an absolute privilege to be able to experience this and just immerse ourselves and listen and just watch. If you look just in the back where that small group of trees are, could be wrong, but I think there's 4 more giraffes in there. Let me know what you think, how many you can count. It is a little bit tricky, but just look for the legs. But I think I see 4 in that group alone, and then of course the one that's out in the open to our left. Spot the giraffe. Spot the spots. Definitely some zebras that are upset there in the background. Of course, I've been keeping an eye on Juma's camera as well. Very interesting, there's also a group of them that are deep into the bushes, but you can also just hear them fighting and chasing each other around. And again, as always, last night, just before we ended Sunset Safari, there was a rhino here. As always, Murphy's Law, they tend to come at night. Maybe because they know then there won't be elephants or something chasing them away. But it was a little just too dark for me to be able to show all of you. But hopefully today, it's not that hot. Hopefully the rhino might come around today. Or the elephants, of course. I'm always hoping for them. So a lot of kudu around. Generally the kudus tend to be in smaller groups and they come bit by bit, but there's been quite a few kudus here today already. And then of course our oryx and springbok. Oh, Pookie, what happened? One of the impala was very distressed there. You can see the rest of the animals are still pretty chilled, so I don't think it's anything serious. But that one impala just took off. Jeez, zebra, what's wrong? I want to take a look-see and see if I was correct with my guess on the giraffes. They're in the back around that small tree area. Hopefully we will be able to see without having any difficulty. Let's just have a look-see. Yes, so remember we had the one giraffe that was already off to the left. And then there's two, and then you can actually see these. I'm not wearing my glasses today. Yes, two more. Off into the bush, well, the tallest tree of this group, off to the right. So we've got 5 giraffes that we can see, that being said. For such a massive animal, just like the elephants, they tend to camouflage very, very well. Surprisingly well, actually. Zenobia, you would like to know what is the lifespan of a giraffe. Generally anything from 20 to 30 years. So they become rather old. I mean, not as old as an elephant per se. But it's not as short as a lion, for instance. Lions generally in the wild can be anything from 10 to 15 years. So yes, 30 years old maximum. Average, let's say 25. Very interesting animals. And then they gestate, or they carry their young, for 440 days. Which is, there's an extra giraffe. You see? Okay, so we've got 3 on the left, and then 3 grouped together again that we can see, that we know of, off to our right. Just there by that tall green acacia. tricksters.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
Ukukuyo is pumping as always. Absolutely loving it. And of course, you know, every day is different, but generally, in my experience from what I've seen here at Ukukuyo, we don't usually have giraffes this early. Generally, they only come to say hi later in the day, but we've already got 6 giraffes, which is awesome. And of course, a lot of springbokkies. Just beautiful. While I soak up the animals and the sun and just the beautiful scenery, I know Andrew is very, very eager to say good morning to all of you, all the way from Amakala.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome again to Amakhala Game Reserve on a very cool morning this morning, in contrast to what we had yesterday. Very hot temperatures yesterday, but today it's nice and warm. Nice and cool. And we got some waterbuck that are on the slope over there, just trying to catch the sun. Hi there, my name is Andrew. I do have Morgan with me on board this morning. I hope you're all well. And yeah, we're hoping that today is going to be a good day out on Amakhala Game Reserve. So these waterbucks are just enjoying the sun right now. They did get up and sort of shuffle a little bit from the position that they were in. They've got a nice vantage, nice piece of land there where they can actually look quite far. So they're actually in a very good spot over there. I think it's quite nice with the sort of the white clouds in the background. And you can actually see the shape of the animal quite clearly. Okay, so at least two of them are staring at us, the other one staring in the opposite way. And in the future, we are very much looking forward to the Bushman's River starting to flow again. And I'm sure the waterbucks are as well, because they would have spent quite a bit of time around the River Rhine area. But at the moment, it's 95% dry. But 4 years ago, when I first came out here, it was flowing. There we go, the sun is just slowly starting to peek out now. Myself and Morgan, we experienced the most amazing thunderstorm last night. We had to drive through pretty much the middle of it. It's quite scary, we won't lie, but we managed to get to our destination quite safely, and we just watched that beautiful thunder and lightning in the night. Good morning, Ali. Thank you, and thank you for joining us. It's good to be all together again. No, definitely very nice. We're in the basin at the moment, just off a road called River Road. And we've been searching for lions, hopefully to get a peek of those cubs, but no sighting yet. And up until now, only 2 of the guides out here on the reserve have managed to see those cubs. We were hoping to be the first, but that didn't work out too well. But we will definitely see them at some point. We just got to be patient. And that's one thing that nature teaches you, is patience. Now, they're wonderful looking animals, the waterbuck. They've got the circle on their bottom, and if you're very lucky and you're close by to the waterbuck, you can actually see the tip of their nose are actually heart-shaped. It's a perfect heart on the tip of their nose. But if you ever see an antelope with a white circle on the bum, you know it's a waterbuck. There's no other antelope like them. So I think for the most part, a lot of the antelopes out here are going to start sunning themselves as the sun starts to come out now. But we are seeing these clouds from all angles starting to condense. And they say around about 8 o'clock tonight there should be a bit of rain. And they've got lovely profiles. And you see those two that are staring away there. A beautiful view. But for those that don't know, so waterbuck do get the name waterbuck because their sort of their defense function when they're running away from predators is actually to aim for the water. So they'll jump in a lake or a river, swim to the other side, and then pop out and then run away and escape the predator that way. But if you have a look carefully at their coats, you'll see that it's very different to the rest of the antelope coats. So this is a sort of a very bristly coat. So very much a water coat filled with oils, which actually helps them when they are in the water to float. Those oils will force the animal to float on the surface and they can swim across to the other side quite well. But then also, you know, the smell of that oil isn't very nice at all. And it's said that predators don't like the taste of waterbuck too much. And I've looked back into my career. I've only known, especially on Namakala, I've only known predators to have gone for waterbuck on 2 different occasions. There might have been more, just we aren't aware of that. But as we're driving through this game reserve, we see skulls on the side of the roads. And there's quite a few wildebeest out here that get taken by the predators, and red hartebeest as well, kudu. But not so many waterbuck. And that's because of that smell of the oil and the taste of the oil that gets mixed into the meat, and the predators really don't like that taste. And there's one just walking off a little bit. And then also, if you look at the Now, if you look at the geographic distribution of waterbuck, it's actually quite a fairly successful species, and they're occurring in a lot of areas in Africa. The only real areas that they don't do well in is these dry, arid areas, you know, Namibia, Kalahari, and those sort of areas. But anything further south from there, they do extremely well. Kruger National Park has got many, many waterbuck. And for me, it's the most easiest to identify just by looking at that circle on the bum. And they're slowly walking off. They're going to probably go towards the middle of the plain here. And there's the third one, doesn't want to get left behind. Simon, hi there. That is actually a very good question. So yes, same. In my career, I've only known crocodile to have gone for waterbuck on one occasion in 16 years, on one occasion. There would have been more, most definitely. But if you look at the antelopes, Of course, there are some that really do get predated upon on quite a high degree. But when it comes to waterbuck, it's on a very low degree. So right at the bottom of the menu, if you will. And but waterbuck, they see predators, they still act accordingly as other predators would, which run away or get away from the area. So even though they don't get hunted a lot, doesn't mean that they are fearless of predators. They'll also try and avoid them as much as they can. I just see the tips of the ears disappearing off the horizon there, off the hill. Okay, beautiful tree there as well. That's one of the most common thorn trees found here on Amakhala. That is called the sweet thorn tree. So Vachellia karoo, if you're interested in those scientific names. And often enough, when we are looking for giraffe, we go into the areas where there's a lot of these Vachellias, and giraffe very much attracted to the thornfelt for feeding. So this is generally a good area to sometimes find giraffe in this area here. Oh yes, and then to let you know, early hours of this morning at about 6:20, according to the message I got, a giraffe gave birth on the game reserve on a road called Old Bay Road. So at some point we'll go and see if we can't find that young giraffe. It's always splendid to know that the animals are, they're breeding and they are forming little family units. Lots of birds like to nest in those Vachellias because they get protection from those thorns. And wasps, you must be careful of the Vachellias sometimes because there can be wasps that are associated to the tree as well. Logan, hi there. Yes, this tree's got high amounts of tannins, and sweet or acacias, or what are now known as Vachellias, they do release a lot of tannins, and we know why, because the tree has got very, very sweet leaves. So the tree needs to adopt a few mechanisms in play to protect the leaves, and one of them is to release a chemical called tannins. And giraffe are very, very smart, so they know all about these tannins, and what they do is they try not to annoy the trees. So if a giraffe sees a tree and starts to feed on it, eats on a few leaves and then moves to the next tree, eats on a few leaves, moves to the next tree, and by doing that the tree doesn't become annoyed. And if the tree feels that it's being overutilized, what will happen is the tree will release tannins from the roots going up the plant to the leaves, making those leaves very bitter and unpalatable. And so imagine a giraffe is loving the taste. It's beautiful, nice and sweet, but then the next thing, tannins are being released and the taste is not quite the same, and it forces the animal to move away from the plant. But just a little add-on to those tannins, tannins are not good for the animals because the chemical gives the animals the feeling that they're getting full. That's the effect that the chemical has. It confuses the animal's stomach, making them think that they're full. And then animals that are overutilizing the trees and taking in too much tannin, they get this feeling that they're full and they're actually not eating enough as they normally would because they're confused. Their stomachs are confused. And this is where you have giraffes that may even lose condition and get thin, even though they're eating and the stomach is full. It's just those chemicals making them feel like they're full. Then also those pheromones can be released from these Vachellias. So once those chemicals get released in the form of tannins, pheromones can often be released into the air. And this is common with Vachellias, that when the wind is blowing in a certain direction, those pheromones will blow to those nearby Vachellias, and that warns them that yes, there are overbrowsers in this area. Be careful, push your tannins out now, and so they do. Good show. We're gonna try and see what else we can find. In the meantime, off to Lisa.
Our giraffes finally came to drink. How awesome is this? So it was in fact more than 6, as you can see, or perhaps more just joined in the process. Actually, the other day I actually had a very horrible moment here at Ukokoya because one of the giraffes, as it went down, it sort of slipped and it literally almost face planted. And I know it's very horrible, especially to laugh if you're a wildlife enthusiast, but I had such a good laugh. Sorry, that's why I'm so giggly now, cause I just thought of that moment again. But of course their hooves are very well equipped, you know, even when they are in the mud and all of that, they don't generally slip. But it's always so impressive to watch them go down for water. What a beautiful scene this is. And how exciting as well that Amakala has new life. Baby giraffes are utterly adorable. And the funny thing, again Lisa, this is not funny, don't laugh. The interesting thing with giraffes, when they give birth, a female doesn't lie down elegantly, you know, let the baby slip out. She actually stands and gives birth. So that poor animal falls itself silly into the world. And yes, I believe that's why they're always so chilled, you know. They just had a knock to the head and they don't let life worry them too much. Mango Guru, yes, thank you. Your comment made my day now. Looks like these giraffes have their ducks in a row. My best friend and I always used to say at the former lodge that we worked at, if our boss scolded us or anything and says, "Get your ducks in a row," we always looked at him and said, "We don't have ducks, we have squirrels, and they're definitely not in a row, they're at a rave." So yes, but these giraffes do seem to really have their ducks in a row today, especially the dap chicks. This is so cool. I honestly can't, just trying to make sure now, I can't recall a day that I've had at Ukokoyo where we've had this many giraffe this early in the day. Generally they tend to come later in the day. The record I've had so far at Ukokoyo was 20 giraffes all drinking simultaneously. That was pretty cool. And as Nick mentioned earlier as well, it is such a fascinating thing, the social structure of these animals, because they really are. They literally just make and lose friends every single day. Do their thing. Of course, you know, the fathers don't stay with the youngsters and the mom, so they just carry on, reproduce, eat their leaves, do their thing, and have a good slip every now and again. Sorry, it's not funny, but it was funny. If you saw it, please let me know, because it was funny. I'm starting to feel bad about this now, but it really was funny. And of course, just like our friends zebras, giraffes all have different spot patterns. No one giraffe looks exactly the same, even if it's just one spot that may be in a different area or a bit bigger. Olivia W., thank you for your question. You would like to know, do giraffes have follow me signs? Thank you, that is a very good question. So yes, absolutely. It is a little bit difficult to show you right now, but I will try my very best. And the only reason it's difficult is because of this landscape with all of the light colors. Yeah, it's tricky, you see. So giraffes have very, very prominent white behind their ears, which actually looks very funny, you know, when they are walking away, because it's this beautifully spotted pattern that they have with all of these natural colors, and then it's white ears. So yes, definitely, those are actually their follow me signs. So when they are deep into the bush, you know, of course they are browsers, so they tend to often be deeper into the bushes and amongst the trees. They will just sort of look for those white spots, which is eye level to them, of course. And then, of course, you know, if they do spot a predator as well, giraffes are very good indicators, especially if they're all together. If they're all looking in the same direction down, you know, they're definitely looking at a predator, most likely. And often that is also how they will tell, like if they're in a big area and another giraffe, you know, perhaps sees a giraffe that's just looking down. He perhaps saw it by looking at the ears or spotting the ears first. And he sees that giraffe's not doing anything, it's not feeding, it's not regurgitating, it's just staring at something. Then that will also be an indicator to that giraffe to perhaps just keep an eye out. But yes, definitely. Beautiful, prominent white ears, which is of course difficult here in Okakoyo to show you because of these white rocks. Nadia, thank you. Making me feel a little bit better. It was funny. That giraffe really almost slipped that day, and I know it's horrible, you know, we don't want any animals to get injured, but it's just, it had complete control over the situation until it did not. And it's not something you often see, because as I say, you know, it's very awkward position they go into. It's a massive animal, it's a very heavy animal, and yet they managed to go into that awkward position to drink. So thank you for seeing or having seen that with me that day. It was really hilarious. when our giraffe friend slipped. I remember when my brother and I would used to fight. He would always, his one thing was always to say pish tush if like he disagreed with you or anything. And the one day I got so angry because, I don't know, he did a very selfish thing or something. And I literally said to him, did you ever think if a giraffe was to drink coffee, it would be cold by the time it actually got to its soul? But have you ever thought of that? No, you just think about yourself. And he literally he always has something to say back. And that day he was just speechless. So that day I decided, no, that shall be my comeback from now on. Again, it always just astonishes me how such a big animal can just become a small speck as they move off from this water hole. Just want to have a look, see if anything is happening in our tree, because from what we've learned by now, often, there's smaller things that we might be overlooking. Not much other than our crow friends. Our very loud crow friends, that is, of course. So like Nadia and Mango Guru and all of our wonderful viewers that often send us questions and comments, please do remember that you can always send us your questions and comments. Whether it's about the naturalist, whether it's something you would like to know about the animals or the area that we are currently in, please do let us know, because we love hearing from you. It just confirms to us that we are not crazy and talking to ourselves constantly. But no, of course, we love observing all of these animals, the scenery and everything with you. And we would love to hear from you. So please do get in touch. What a beautiful day it's becoming here in Okokoyo. Well, my beautiful friends, while I stay and observe our beautiful animals, I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can see what he's up to.
Also another very peaceful scene here opposite Scotia Dam, so I thought I'd come to the dam, just have a look and see if there's potentially anybody coming down for a drink. Not today, no rhinos wallowing today, but just on the southeastern side of the dam itself we've got a beautiful scene here. Plenty of animals out and about. Nice relaxing Sunday, nobody moving around too quickly today, just taking it easy. So the wind is really gusting now, and I think the animals have kind of bunched together even closer, just to pull all of their resources together, you know, to pull their numbers together. They're going to feel safer, a lot closer together. Yeah, and it's just a stunning scene. I mean, I'll zoom out for you here. Look in the foreground at the amount of these yellow button flowers here. Look at that. It's like a carpet of them. It's unreal. Think of you only think of what's that, Namaqualand daisies, when the whole area just absolutely blooms and it's just color and vibrancy all over the place. I mean, that's what I'm looking at here. It's crazy. Little Hadida ibis in the foreground here, moving in and amongst those flowers. Remember we said that last night we had a little bit of rain, so that rain's going to help to soften the ground. He's going to use that beak to probe deep into the ground there, looking for some worms and things like that. Yeah, so if you think of our ibis species that we've got, this is obviously our Hadida ibis. We get a sacred ibis, which we will get here at Kariga, which we did see yesterday. Another ibis that we get in South Africa is the bald ibis, a lot harder to find, as well as the glossy ibis. I'd say throughout South Africa, this is probably our most common species of Hadida that we're going to get. Now, I'm sure you can hear the wind that's blowing. You can see in the grasses here how they're moving all over the place. going to stay with these zebras and hardy dars and the rest of the antelopes, and we're going to link you to Lisa in Djuma.
Thank you, Nick. Try not to blow away. I know it can get pretty gusty out there. We are having a fairly windy day in Djuma as well, and the clouds are slowly starting to roll in. However, the animals are still super active, which I'm kind of surprised by, I have to say. So, of course, we've still got our zebras. We've had more wildebeest join. And, of course, our impalas are still sticking around. This is such a typical bushveld scene that you'll find on the plains. These are what we call the general game. So people tend to think, well, you see them often. But these guys do, of course, tend to hang out together, specifically during this time now that's also coming up with all of them having their babies one of these days. Of course, you know, often we speak about the safety in numbers factor. So, of course, having more animals around you, you know, is hopefully gonna tell a predator to rather go for another one as opposed to going just for you. But yes, of course, as I said earlier, you know, they don't also really compete for food, and of course none of them eat each other. So the wildebeest being the selective grazer, as I mentioned, loving the short greener grass, the zebras the bulk grazers. Any grass is good grass. And then the impalas mixed feeders. So they'll eat grass as well as leaves. But hopefully they slowly do move to the water, go get a drink. It's always nice to see animals getting a drink. The light is not great in terms of, you know, seeing a good reflection. But we'll keep looking, because at least there is some sunshine. And you can just see when you look at all of them, like this wildebeest in front. Very, very pregnant. And of course they have beautiful babies as well. So when you look at the wildebeest, for instance, that we've got in the foreground here, so wildebeest babies are a very, very light color when they are born. And of course they are born without their horns. Would be a little bit uncomfortable for a female giving birth to a little one with horns. But so with your hardy dog, can you please keep quiet? I'm talking. With your wildebeest, the babies, or the calves as we refer to them, are a very light color. Now the main reason for that is, of course, they are predominantly diurnal, so mostly active during the day. Now, of course, you know, when they are active, they're moving, thus, you know, drawing attention to themselves. So for the babies, having a lighter color, you know, they blend in better during the daytime, as opposed to, you know, being just as dark as the adults. They would easily be preyed upon, or more easily be preyed upon by the predators. So they blend in a little better, and then as they grow older, they get their darker coloration. Zebras, their defense mechanism when it comes to predation in the breeding season or in summertime, of course, zebra babies have very, very long legs. Thus, when there is in fact a predator around, the adults will just all encircle the little one. And then hopefully the predator can't single out which one is the weakest and the vulnerable just by looking at the legs. And the same for the impalas. Zebra and impala babies are very awkward looking because of their long legs. so excited. Just think, in a couple of days or a couple of weeks, we'll have little ones prancing around here, playing with each other. It's always so cute, especially to see the baby wildebeest and zebras interacting and playing. And this is actually the first animal I've seen in my life giving birth, was a wildebeest. And it was a very exhilarating sighting. Unfortunately, my guest at the time did not have a lot of appreciation for it. Within the first 5 minutes or so, they were like, okay, we can go now. So, and luckily I managed to convince them, no, this is not something you see every day. It happens a lot in summertime, but you are not always fortunate to see it. Because of course, you know, even when it does happen, it happens very quickly. Layla, you are 6 years old. How awesome is it that you like animals so much? Can all antelopes swim? I think so, yes. I think definitely. I've seen a lot of footage and videos, you know, where antelope eventually do drown. Let's say wild dogs or something have chased them into the water. But that is mostly from exhaustion, not necessarily because they couldn't swim. So I do think most animals, and antelope for that matter, can swim, yes. I think if you need to get through water or get away from something, you will definitely make do, just like we see with a great migration. You know, all of those animals having to cross the water. Something like a white rhino, which of course is not an antelope, but I'm just thinking broader now. They can go through water as well if need be. However, because they are grazers, their nostrils and their face and everything is pointed downwards, as sort of like automatically, you know, being able to feed. So it's not like a black rhino, for instance. Black rhinos eat leaves, thus they are able to lift their heads very high. And they can easily get through deep water if they need to, because they can sort of lift their head. Whereas white rhinos, of course it's possible, but I think they'd have a little bit more difficulty going through deep water like that, not getting up for air or anything. So of course, if there was a predator, use all syllables, Lisa. If there was to be a predator around right now, one of two things is going to happen, because it is a little bit windy. So of course it's difficult for me, you know, to tell from my end which direction the wind is blowing in right now. But if the predators, you know, if the wind was not in its favor, the animals will definitely smell it. They will then spot it. So they'll stop everything they're doing and then they'll start alarm calling. All of these animals. So the impalas, the zebras and the wildebeest. And the reason they do that before running away, as soon as you run, you become food. That's the saying we have in Africa. Only food runs in Africa. So even if you run into a predator or something, if you want to get eaten, you must run. So what they'll do is they'll all stop what they're doing, stop feeding, and they'll start alarm calling. And that is to let the predator know, listen, we have seen you. And you know, if the predator then persists in targeting one of them, then they will run away. And then they just sort of have to pray that they don't become a meal. But it's incredible, you know, how quickly they can pick up on those sort of things. And of course, they can also be very good indicators. But I've had sightings where there was literally a lioness in a group of impala. And my guest said to me, there's a lion. And I said, no, these are impala. And there was literally a lioness in this herd of impala, and she blended in so well. And because it was super windy, number one, and they couldn't smell her or anything, none of them knew that she was there. And she actually succeeded in making a kill amongst them. So a lot of things, do come into play in nature. I remember on my previous reserve as well, there was 1 week alone where the lions had made 5 different giraffe kills. And we did a lot of research on that, and we came to the conclusion it was because of the wind and the weather. The giraffes, must have been stationary in an area, not moving around. And of course, when they can't smell and hear where things are coming from, they'll rather stand still, as opposed to, while in their minds, risking even more when they walk around. So it's very, very cool. All of these animals, they're not interactive with one another right now. But should anything happen right now, they will all alarm call and let each other know, listen, something's not right. Which I'm hoping for their sake doesn't happen, but I mean, it's always interesting to see when it does happen. Lottie, you would like to know what is a Thompson's gazelle in Afrikaans? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've always known it as a Thompson's gazelle. Even in what I refer to as my bush Bible, which literally has all of the animals, all of the tracks, birds, reptiles, insects, trees, literally everything. It gives the Afrikaans and the English name, and it just says Thompson's gazelle. So I don't think they have a specific Afrikaans name. Just like kudu. Kudu is a kudu. It's just spelled differently in Afrikaans. That's an interesting. I've always known it as a Thompson's gazelle. You're really breaking my brain right now. I will do some research on it, but from what I know, it stays a Thompson's gazelle. Otherwise, you can just call it a bokkie. Oh, as I'm watching all of these pregnant animals, I'm just like, don't someone just want to start getting contractions or something? So I remember to date, my last birth I also saw was also a wildebeest. So my first and my last to date birth I saw was a wildebeest. And it was so interesting. I just had 2 guests on the vehicle, and they were super chilled. They said, for our last morning, we just want to take it easy, do whatever we want, stop for coffee, but we're not looking for something specifically. So we rode off onto the plains and saw some general game. And it was actually, funny enough, it was a day like today, sort of weird weather, overcast, cloudy. And this one wildebeest, she sat down, then she would get up. Then she sat down, and you could see she was uncomfortable. So I suspected, okay, it's probably contractions. And she started giving birth. And we saw the whole thing. And of course, just as the baby dropped, so did my camera's battery. So I remember to this day, the other day, I actually went through the photos. I literally have as the baby is coming out, but then I lost battery. But sometimes, it is so much more important just to enjoy a moment with your eyes, especially something like that. Picasso, yes, Juma looks like a maternity ward right now. Definitely, as I say, I'm anxiously waiting and secretly praying that, one of these animals will just sort of get a little uncomfortable and then definitely, hopefully give birth. But whenever they are ready, of course. I think that wildebeest actually heard the camera now. And it's people always joke and say that, these animals were made up of all the leftovers of other animals. So the speculation is that when they were created, they were sort of at the end of creation. There wasn't a lot of thought that went into them. So they got the face of a warthog, the horns of a buffalo, obviously just much smaller, the back or the slope back of a hyena, and then the tail of a giraffe. And what else? They say they got some leftovers of a zebra stripes. Oh no, my apologies. The tail of a giraffe, not a warthog. Did I say that? I can't remember. But yes, very fascinating animals. I love watching wildebeest when I'm on safari. It's people tend to think they are not so smart. They're very boring animals to observe, but it's very interesting animals. I remember once I had a sighting where lions were hunting the wildebeest, and this whole herd of wildebeest literally just stopped. Like they knew the lion was still behind them, and as they stopped, the lion also stopped, and everyone was sort of confused as to, okay, this was not in the script. What's happening now? Like, what do we do next? But very, very beautiful animals. I like them. Jeez, you can see the Egyptian geese there in the back. Still chasing each other around. Harry Pan, thank you so much for enduring my tongue twisters. Yes, laying lioness. Indeed. It's always so funny when they do that. Just sort of like a dog, get their position, curl up into a little ball, just be comfortable. Mary Jane, so you are asking, where does the term wildebeest come from? So beast, specifically in Africa, is what we refer to as a bovine animal or cow-like animal. In Afrikaans, you literally call it a bees. So this is like a wild cow, basically. That is where it derived from. A wildebeest. And of course, these are the animals that are responsible for Mufasa's death. No, not really. I mean, of course, it was a chain reaction. A lot of things influenced it. But these were the animals. A lot of people tend to think it was buffaloes. It was wildebeests in that specific tragic scene. Yes, my director's whispering in my ear, yes, and a whole generation of kids that were traumatized. I think it was a few generations, actually, to be honest. And interestingly enough, of course I know the movie was remade and it was wonderful. Yes, I did see it. But I will argue to my grave that the original is the best. Wesley, you are saying you wonder where Dewey went. As do I, my friend, believe me. I have no idea. It's like my crocodile at Mashati, there was no warning even. It's a very traumatic experience for me because they just left without saying goodbye. And I'm very emotional about this. No, not really, but I am. We don't always see what the animals do at night. So, of course, hippos do traverse from watering hole to watering hole for feeding purposes as well as reproduction purposes. And, in fact, territory. Perhaps Dewey wanted a new home, even if it's just for the time being. So, but yes, speaking of ugly animals, I love hippos. Don't get me wrong, they're very fascinating, very interesting animals. But to me, it's just not a very pleasant animal to look at. We're just making sure there is nothing else around that we might potentially be overlooking or missing. As many of you know by now, I always check every nook and corner. as I mentioned, I'm also on the lookout for some gogos, which is insects and smaller things that we tend to overlook. But while I do so, let me send you back to Nick so we can see what he is up to.
Well, while Lisa's looking for some of the gogos and some of the smaller things, there's definitely no shortage of animals here at Kariega. We've got wildebeest right at the back, nyala, eland in the center areas. Just behind that eland in the middle, you can see some bontebok lying down, at least blesbok, sorry, not bontebok, and our zebras in the front. So definitely no shortage of animals here. Everybody's kind of hunkered down a bit, seeking a bit of shelter from the wind. You can see, look at that zebra in the center there, look at his ears, completely front forward facing there, analyzing something. Now, I haven't quite got down to Scotia Dam yet, but I was kind of just thinking, feeling a little bit bad for our grebes, our little dab chicks. You know, with this wind that's really pushing through now, can't be easy for those little ones they're moving around. Maybe later on we can go around there and double check and see what they're up to. Yeah, feels like hurricane season here. Zebra Mom, in terms of other antelopes, you know, feeding with each other, generally they're quite happy to, you know, like we talked about, their safety in numbers of extra sets of eyes and ears, and you know, if you look at in this scene here, we've got wildebeest right at the back, and you know, going all the way through to the different species here. You know, they're going to eat slightly different things. You know, the wildebeest, he's going to look for some of the very shorter cropped grasses. That's specifically what he's looking for. You know, whereas some of the antelope, some of the other species, maybe like the zebra, they're going to prefer slightly longer grasses, longer than what the wildebeest prefers. And then, I mean, if you go all the way up to maybe something even like a buffalo, who's also a grazer, he's going to eat the really long grasses. So they're not really competing much at all. And I think in situations like this where it's very windy, I think they're actually quite thankful to have everybody else around and about. But that's a good question. Thanks, Zebra Mom. Oh, that is a lovely picture with both of them looking at us like that. Yeah, obviously early this morning we were talking about all the different bird species and things that we were hearing. In the winds like we've got now, a lot of them would have gone into the thickets, you know, much more sheltered from the wind there. You know, in terms of calling for the birds and advertising their territory, the call's not really going to travel in the wind that we've got now. So it's amazing to see how weather conditions play it has such a big impact on the behavior of all the species out here. You can see those bontebok at the back there, blesbok. Sorry, I don't know why I keep calling them bontebok. Blesbok. Those blesbok at the back there. They're sitting down completely. You know, they've got their bodies down in the grasses there, just their heads poking up. Look at that one right at the back. Trying to get as low as possible. And zebra on the right lying down as well, all taking shelter. Can't blame them. Let's take you across to Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. Always interesting to watch the animals during, these different seasons and weather conditions. As I say, I'm rather surprised by our animals here in Djuma today. It's, as naturalists, we tend to think, okay, well, if it's windy and like today in Djuma, they tend to head deeper into the bush because they want shelter, they want security. But no, we are having an absolute party here at Gowrie Dam.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Djuma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's nature.
Just as always, want to make sure whilst we're observing our one beautiful group of animals that we are not perhaps missing out on anything else. I've had that honestly where there's our geese, our noisy birds. But yes, I've been in a zebra sighting once, and a leopard literally came to the watering hole and moved off again. And my guest and I were so intrigued with the zebra. You know, of course, it's important to always check your surroundings and the vicinity and everything. But we were so in awe of this group of zebras that were drinking water. And had it not been for my colleague that pitched up in the sighting and said, you know, there's a leopard as well, we probably would still to this day not have known there was a leopard. So I think it's a good balance, you know, to just sort of appreciate each and every animal in the moment as well, but still be very awake when you are, in fact, in any area. Tammy, yes, indeed. A lot of activity happening today in Djuma, which is odd, you know. Generally, it's Ukukuyo or Mashatu. But Djuma has been pumping today, which I'm not complaining about, to be honest. Just want to see if there's a brawl or something that's going to break out here amongst the geese. Because they've been very iffy with one another. Yes, they heard me suspecting that they are going to be mischievous and rude to one another. So they're probably just a bit camera shy now. Very funny birds, these. Wah! Why would you scream like that constantly? My only logic explanation for that is Haridas are afraid of heights. That's the only thing I can think of. But speaking of birds and being noisy, let's see what's happening at Mashatu. My guinea fowl have returned. Yesterday I saw them briefly, but not too long. And when I started at Wild Earth, you know, every day you start at Mashatu with guinea fowl. And nowadays they have been a bit scarce. So I'm always happy to see them. My little police chickens or bush chickens. Of course, the swallows flying past, and then our quillias that we can hear in the background. It's interesting if you see how disturbed the soil is here around the waterhole. It's always interesting to see the different track inside, of course, the elephant dung and everything that's around. But you can actually see how many activity there has been around this water hole. Oh, there goes our quillias flying past, choosing their next tree. Let us see what else is around at Mashatu. Ooh, our Cory Bustard is back. Sorry if you are deaf. Our Cory Bustard has made its legendary return to Mashatu. I'm sounding like Ben now with his last minute elephant last night on Sunset Safari. What? And an elephant, how weird was that? I promise I did not preempt that or see that elephant or anything. That is so, so cool. Okay, but now we can't see the bird, Mr. Elephant. Okay, well, we'll try to look at you both. You're much more distracting though, so... So the Cory Bustard is literally just 1 o'clock of the elephant. Not far away or anything, like just above its rear end. There it goes. Alrighty, well, if you are going to be that rude, we shall see if there are other elephants around. Just look at that. Elephants with our cotton wool clouds. Looks like something out of a movie. I love how everyone's just photobombing each other. The elephants photobombed the Cory Bustard, or the one did at least. Now the quillias are like, no, we also need attention. incredible is this? It's just so peaceful. And sometimes it's so good just to listen. You know, look at everything that's happening in front of you and just sort of immerse and lose yourself in the moment, because it really is so peaceful. It's such a privilege just to be able to see these animals, watching them do what they do best in their natural environment as it was meant to be. Just beautiful. You see there's another ellie coming far from the back, and then our Corrie bustard is also still sticking around. Just here. Off center to the left. Just between those two acacias. Elephant, no, don't be like that. Just let the impala drink. You've had your... Oh my goodness. It's not even bothering you. They can be such jerks sometimes. Just walk around the poor animal. Always so fascinating, and this is something I'm often reminded of when I did my backup trails qualification, you know, for being able to do walking safaris. That is something I could never wrap my brain around. Goodness, a lot of tongue twisters today, Lisa. But if you look at elephants, you know, when they're walking, it looks like the slowest, most peaceful, gentle animal on earth. But if an elephant runs, if it's really angry and it's got a purpose to charge you or to charge whatever is happening or charging them or provoking them, they can actually cross, if I'm not mistaken, it's 11 meters in 1 second. And I mean that it's in a second. It's not per hour that they run or anything. 11 meters in a second. Which of course, yes, they are massive animals. But that's quite a scary thought if you think about it. Because can you just imagine elephants coming after you? We tend to think, no, it's these peaceful beings. And they are for the most part. But at the end of the day, you know, they are wild animals. And that is what we always have to bear in mind, is that any wild animal, any animal for that matter, does ultimately still have instincts. And whatever is provoking it, whether it's because that elephant's in must, or has a baby with it, or, you know, they were provoked by something, or it might be weather conditions that has them on edge. if they come for you, they're not going to stop. So it's incredible when you just look at that. They look so peaceful and slow, just like a tortoise. I mean, a tortoise can also move pretty fast. I mean, obviously, you know, those are two very different animals when they are charging you. But in terms of their speed, if they need to, they can move very, very fast. Which is always so impressive to me, especially about the elephants. You know, a lot of people tend to underestimate them because they are massive. We tend to refer to them as gentle giants, so we think, no, they won't do anything. For the most part, they will not, no. But any animal that is provoked will do something about it if they have no other option. It really is so beautiful. The clouds, the elephants, the trees, everything that's reflecting perfectly in the water. It's actually also one of my favorite photographs, is to, whether it's a lion drinking or an elephant or something, you know, if the light's good, to get a photograph of that. And a couple of times I've actually been able to do it in such a manner that you sort of rotate the photo and then people are like, which side is the water? But it's absolutely incredible. It literally looks like a dream right now. The clouds almost look too good to be true. Our beautiful elephants and our quillias. Yes, we see you guys. You see, it's only when they're flying or taking off that Harida shouts like that. So that's why I say, that's the only logical explanation I can have for them being that loud when in flight. This ellie to our left looks like it's frozen. Just taking a bit of a break, taking a quick nap. Okay, now it's the one on the right's turn. They're all taking a turn for a nap. I'm just so grateful because we started out with a rather cloudy Mashatu and now it seems to be clearing up, so I'm very happy about that. Hopefully that promises for some more animals that become thirsty today.
Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
Oh, just beautiful. I can honestly never get tired of them. Just want to see if our other Ellie is still sticking around or if it's moved off. Yes, so you can actually see him taking a nap. Look at that. Googling duckstucker. I just want to move back over to this side because there was an Ellie that was sort of right into the bush. Now it's going to be tricky now because the elephants moved, but it was literally in that gap in that acacia bush. I think it's still around. Not sure if this grey patch in the actual acacia bush is the soil or northern elephant. You see, they're playing games with me today. But nonetheless, it's always a treat to see them. As always, I just want to make sure we did not overlook someone on any of the sides of the dam. No, we did not. But always good to make sure. I'm really missing our crocodile here at Mashatu. At one stage we saw it every day, and again, you know, you tend to get so used to them, and then when they are not around, then you're like, oh, I miss it. These swallows, you know, if it wasn't daylight, I would actually think it's bats flying around. But speaking of bats and creepy things, to celebrate Halloween, we will be enjoying 2 days of spooky safaris. So tonight, as well as tomorrow, we will be celebrating this. So tonight we'll be doing a fireside chat with Ben and Cedric to chat about what gives them the heebie-jeebies, talking all things creepy crawlies. Sorry about that, folks. We lost Mashatu, but we'll try to get it back. Don't worry. But look at this. We started with a sunny Okakuyo, and now it's like miserable. And Mashatu started out miserable, and now it's sunny. So looks like all of our locations are taking turns. Ooh, well, I see. We have our first elephants for today on Escape to Nature at Djuma. So let me show you. Hello, elephants. Djuma is really the place to be today. Really, really pumping with some animal action. I love it. Woo! I love when they do that. It's like, yes, it's got a practical purpose to it, but while I'm busy, you know, let me just have some extra fun with the water. It's like my niece. She'll pretend to flower the garden, to water the flowers. But then in the process, you know, she herself gets so wet and then she's like, I'm watering the flowers. What's wrong with me today? But that's the same with the elephants, you know. Of course, they love to mud bathe. But if they can splash an extra bit in the process, they will also always do so. I'm going to go flower the garden. What does that even mean? Water the flowers. Look at this little one, so clever. If I just stand here, you'll also get me in the process, so please do so. I can do it for myself, but it's... why would I do my own things if you can do it for me? What are you angry with? Throwing tantrums. You see, that's what I was referring to earlier on, you know, with animals. If they have a scratch, they have to use a rock or log or tree or something just to sort of get to that scratch. But elephants luckily do have the assistance of their trunk as well. Just like they use it for a lot of other things, they can. Oh, thank you, elephant. You are quite the assistant. You and I make a good team. Just want to have a look because it seems like this elephant has a growth behind her ear, but I don't know if I just saw something, but yes. So I don't know who of you saw that. Her ear that is closest to us, as soon as she opens that, she's sort of got like a growth or a bulb or something there. It's like a ball behind the ear. There we go. Oh, I love this elephant. She's like right on cue with everything. I love it. So of course, you know, that might just be a growth or something, or wart of some sorts. A wart of some sorts. But I'm not too sure. Of course, you know, I couldn't get a closer look at that. So I was wondering why she keeps on scratching the whole time. There we go. Did you see that? If you saw that, let me know. So I know I'm not crazy. I mean, we all know I'm crazy, but apart from that. Did I honestly just lose 4 elephants? I took my eye off them for a second. Oh, there they are. And there is more of them. Alrighty, so while we are on the beautiful topic of these beautiful animals, I think I am going to set a bit of a quiz for you guys. So I myself have spoken about this a couple of times, and I know a lot of our other naturalists often speak about it. But I would like to know from all of you, what are 3, not just 1, but 3 uses of elephant dung? And it can be anything. It can be useful to people or to nature. You're more than welcome to let me know. So what are 3 uses of elephant dung? Yes, please go for a swim. So I will give you a clue as to the quiz. One of them is definitely medicinal. Another one is definitely for... I'm trying to word this now without giving it away. Okay, I will give you two. One is definitely medicinal. And then the other one is definitely helpful to something that you can barbecue with. I can say it much simpler, but I want to make it a little bit tricky for you guys. And then what is the third use? But of course, you know, there's more than just 3. Elephant dung is very, very cool. You can use it for a lot of things. But let me know what you think. What are 3 uses of elephant dung? And it does not just have to be applicable to humans, what we can do with it. So this is not what all of you are thinking. These are 2 young bulls, so this is just sort of a... It's playing, but also display of dominance. It's just like humans, you know, when we're swimming, whether we're with friends or siblings or family or whatever the case is, you know, you dunk each other, get each other underwater. Oh, I used to hate that as a kid. My brother would always do that to me. And I'm a very good swimmer, but it's, I don't know, it's for me, it's not a, it definitely was a dominance thing, and I think that's why elephants also do it. Even though they can swim very good, it's sort of just showing the other one who's boss. Put on your 4x4 drive, my friend. There we go. Oh, these 2 are having the best time. And please do send me your answers as to what you think 3 uses of elephant dung can be. Again, it doesn't have to be just applicable to humans. It can be for animals in the bush as well, or anything that you think. I would love to hear what you think about elephant dung, because it's a very, very resourceful thing out in the bush. Looks like 2 hippos. On my previous reserve I used to work, there was one elephant, and when he went for a swim, he had the most beautiful tusks. And we always refer to him as the model. And whenever he would go into the water, he would literally get his tusks full of mud, whether it's him actually sticking his head into mud or, you know, taking his trunk and putting the mud on his tusks. And then he would go into the water and sort of rinse it off. It's literally like he, you know, brushed his teeth. And he had the most beautiful white tusks. Oh, these two are loving it. You see, this one also has some toothpaste on. Oh, man, I wish I could join them. Mike, you have got an answer for me. You are saying elephant dung can also be a mosquito repellent. Yes, indeed, it can. I have never used it, but I have heard of it being used for that before. So definitely. Thank you so much for your answer. That's a good one. Elephant dung is very, very resourceful. Ella, you are 11 years old and obviously already very, very smart. You say you can burn elephant dung for a bad cough or to make a fire. Yes, both are correct. So in terms of burning elephant dung, it's a very, very good fire starter or fire lighter. So if you actually let it sort of simmer in oil or something like that, you can actually just use that as a fire lighter. But also in the old days, the Bushmen used to, if they had like a fire and they were moving on again, they actually would take a coil, and then you take elephant dung, which is not completely dry, but dry on the outside and then moist on the inside. Then what you do is you take that coil, put it in the elephant dung, and then you sort of put that top layer of elephant dung on again. So you sort of break that elephant dung ball in half, put your coil in, close it again like a little pot or a little holder, and then that way you know you're not going to burn down the bush, but you've still got a coil that has sort of got its ignition to it. And that is another use of it. Thank you so much for your answer. Hello, hello, hello. Everyone's joining us. Larry T, yes. You can definitely use it as a wedding gift if you are a dung beetle. Definitely. I think your wife would be very, very happy, you know, if you were in fact a dung beetle. Of course, dung beetles have a very crappy lifestyle. They feed off dung, they live in dung, they reproduce in dung, and especially elephant dung. They love it because it's so full of moisture, so full of nutrients, that even when the eggs, you know, sort of come out of that, woo, that one just gave us a nice fountain. Then you can definitely use it for that as well. But I will show us some dung as soon as we've had a beautiful good look at these elephants. Darcy, Miller, and Lenny, so good to hear from you guys. Thank you so much for your answers. Yes, indeed, and this is my favorite one personally for elephant dung. When you have a bad headache in the bush and you take elephant dung and you light that, by infusing that smoke, and I promise you I'm not making this up, I didn't read it in a book and I'm trying to convince everyone. I'm not a salesperson for elephant dung. It really, I promise you, it works. And the only reason I can testify for this so well is because I personally hate medication that we find nowadays. So when you light that, you infuse the smoke, like that, it takes your headache away. Honestly, it's the quickest thing, and I've done that so many times on safari. If I've ever gotten a bad headache or something, just doing that, it like literally takes it away. And if you think about it, that is where medicine comes from. The medicine that we know today, that is ultimately where it comes from. It's from the bush and from plants. But thank you all so much for your answers. I really appreciate them. A quiz is always a lot of fun, and always hearing, other people's takes on stuff, because we all go through life differently. We all have different experiences. I think as naturalists, that's the fun thing with us. We can always learn not just from other naturalists, but from you guys, from our guests, our viewers, because we all go through life differently. We've all visited different areas in Africa, so animals don't do the same things in every area. Dung can be used for different things in different areas, so it really depends. But yeah, you can see those bulls that I was referring to, just trying to establish the dominance amongst them, or between them, I should say, not amongst them, because it's just these two acting like complete teenagers. Let's see if we can take a look at some elephant poop. Oh, wait. These two seem like they might have a bit of a tussle. The younger one seems to be wanting to challenge the older bull. I wouldn't, but I'm not an elephant, so go for it, buddy. So you can see, even though he challenged that bull, he sort of had a dismissive display there. This one in the middle is being completely ridiculous. Kiwi! Just sort of trying to hide, but every now and just catching some. Oh, now we're ganging up on him. Okay, what's happening? Okay, now it's becoming a kumbaya session. Just bonding.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
And often you won't see this sort of behavior on land because, of course, just like humans, we can do a lot of things in the water that we can't do on land. And so it's the same with elephants, when they're on the water, they become playful like this. They can have dominance display because it's much easier in the water. Beautiful. Well, I am ever so happy. Thank you all for participating in the elephant dung quiz. Later, I will show you some proper elephant dung. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to send you to Nick because apparently he's got something to show you in Kariga.
I have indeed found something to show you. Lovely scene of a whole group of animals, and this is our first set of waterbucks we've seen for the day as well, so that's amazing. You can see they're all focused on us, having a good look at us, and we've got a nice array of males, females. You can see the two waterbucks on the left. We've got one female and one beautiful male lying down there. Having a good look at us here, checking us out. You can see how close they are to the edge of that thicket there. So remember, we were saying that it's been quite windy here today. So obviously what these animals have done, it's so clever actually. They've shifted their position all the way to the edge of the hill line, to the ridge line, and they're using that hill as a windbreaker. Very, very clever. Yeah, and obviously with this wind that's been picking up, it's completely pushed away sort of 85% of the clouds. So the blue skies are out and about now. You can see we don't have the shadows from the clouds overhead passing by. So it's completely cleared things up, which is amazing. And it's been amazing to watch the sort of the behavior of the animals. It's been very interesting. I mean, we've been talking about all these different species conglomerating together, and with them relying on their sense of hearing quite a bit, you know, they're a little bit more nervous with all this wind. And I've been watching the impala. You know, one impala will give an alarm call and it spooks everyone, because obviously when an impala gives an alarm call, it could mean that there's a predator. You know, it could mean that there's a lion or a leopard or something like that. And one impala would give an alarm call, and it just, you know, that message of there's something wrong just ripples through the whole herd and upsets everyone, you know, from everybody feeding peacefully. Fear just moves through the whole herd for nothing, for a bit of wind, you know. Shame, I actually shouldn't be laughing at them, but it's actually been very, very interesting to watch, because on a still day usually they would only call alarm call if they've usually seen or smelt something. But now it seems that if they get a bit uneasy, one calls, everybody becomes nervous. I'm just going to slowly pan to the right hand side. There's another beautiful male waterbuck I'd love to show you. There he is. There's our beautiful male. And remember, if you ever feel like you've missed out on one of the shows, you can tune into Best Bits and you can catch up on all the action there. Never a reason to miss out on anything. We've got you covered. Yeah, look at that male's horns. A beautiful set of horns. Solid. So that male that's just on his right hand side facing away from us, look at the difference in the shape of his horns compared to that big one who's scratching himself. So that one further back on the right hand side, he's obviously younger. His horns have still got to spread further out to the sides. And even his body size, although we can't see it now, I'm sure his body size is still going to have to develop as well. Yeah, they're giving us a good show of that white ring on their bums there. You can see those impala were having a little jostle at the back as well. Bruce, I 100% agree. They do. They've got magnificent horns. One of the more beautiful horns. So we are positioned a little bit further away from them here. Maybe tomorrow or something like that, if we can get a little bit closer to them. I will try and zoom in. They've actually got small ridges going all the way along the horns. So if the males do fight, those small ridges prevent the horns from sort of sliding down alongside the rival's horns and slipping out of sort of contact, if you understand what I mean. But yeah, 100%, they're definitely beautiful, beautiful horns. So where we position now is not too far from Scotia Dam. We're more on the southern side of Scotia Dam. And remember, for water bucks, they love water, you know, as the name says. I don't know if anyone's ever been lucky enough to witness any interaction between water bucks and maybe sort of lions, or even, you know, wild dogs giving them a tough time. But you know, if water bucks had to get a fright, they would jump into the water. You know, water for them is safety. They feel quite comfortable. You know, think of another antelope species called a Sitatunga, which you find in places like the Okavango Delta in Botswana, designed for, you know, deep water crossings and things like that, different hoof structure. Other antelope like red lechwe, also not scared of the water. And then you look at your cats, pretty much all of them hate water. And if they have to, they will cross, but not because they want to. Just going to pan back to the left-hand side slowly here. Nice interaction between those two individuals there. And remember, if you do have any questions, if you do have any comments, please send them through. I'd love to answer them. I'd love to hear your input. Two boys having a little jostle with each other there. Oh, it's been a lovely day out on the reserve here so far. Yeah, so remember with waterbuck being lovers of the water, they do secrete quite an oily type of substance that helps to repel water from their fur when they're moving through it. You know, and there is the sort of the theory that things like lions don't enjoy the taste of waterbuck, you know, because of tannins and things like that, if they become stressed. You know, maybe that is true to a degree. I mean, I haven't seen too many lions on waterbuck kills, but I think, you know, when you're out in the bush, beggars can't be choosers. Hey, you got to take what you can get. And as it is, you know, it's hard enough to have to stalk up on a prey species, you know, especially if there's a multitude of them. Not easy. Bobo, your question I think came through is, can waterbucks stay close to water? Yeah, they can stay close to water, if that was your question. So there was a bit of wind as it was coming through there. Interesting to look at the shape of the horns, how they kind of curl backwards and then forwards. Oh, there we go. I've got your question there, Bobo. Sorry about that. The wind kind of muffled it there. Waterbucks, in terms of staying in areas of where there's no water, sure. Not that I know of. You look at areas of where they are found. You know, there's always water in that area. if you think of a country like Namibia, you know, which is a very dry country, plenty of conservation areas, plenty of reserves within that country. I mean, I personally haven't been there yet, but not as far as I understand. They're a very water-dependent species. But thanks for the question. That's an awesome question. So if you have a look at this scene sort of photographically here, I'm just going to bring the camera down a little bit. Just like that. See these this bush kind of on the lower right hand side of the frame. It's got one or two little flowers in there. Remember, with your depth of field, if you had to use a wide open aperture, you could blur out, if you got nice and low, you could blur out that foreground. And even if you had sort of one waterbuck staring at you, take a nice portrait shot of that. It creates so much mood, so much depth. You know, I've got the camera rigged up on a tripod now, so it's not going to be too easy to move it around. But I mean, if you could somehow get a little bit lower and get more of a sort of an eye level view, and you blur out those the bush in the foreground. Remember, with those flowers, adding a little splash of color, that could be a potential idea of a photograph that could work. Yeah, and we were talking about how those male waterbucks, how the horns, they sort of curl backwards and then curl forwards, closer to the top of the horns. And it's amazing how much diversity we've got in terms of all the different species. You think of even something like a black wildebeest, you know, how his horns will come forward and then upwards. You know, and you get your blue wildebeest, the horns curl sideways and then upwards. There's so much diversity, it's so nice. Nice little bit of interaction there. So you can see the waterbucks have, specifically all the males, they've had a little bit of interaction of, you know, kind of jostling a little bit. And the impalas, we haven't seen it in the background, but throughout the day there have been one or two sort of young males interacting with each other. But for both sort of the waterbucks and the impala, there's no real reason for the males to be fighting with each other at the moment. You know, most of the females have been impregnated already, and that's usually the main reason of why males are going to fight with each other, you know, for the right to mate with a female. And if the females are all pregnant, obviously there's no point in that. So for those impala at the back there, the main sort of season of fighting, the rutting season, that's going to be April. But what we're watching the waterbuck doing here, that's just a bit of sparring, you know, that's nothing serious. And for pretty much all the adolescence of most species, you know, the adolescent males, the sparring, the play fighting, it's all really productive. you know. It hones their fighting skills, teaches them what they should be doing, and maybe even, you know, inherently sort of sorting out a hierarchy, you know, just subtly, you know, so that by the time that those males do become sort of fully developed, maybe they don't have to have a serious fight. Maybe someone kind of knows roughly where he stands compared to the other one in terms of fighting. Who knows? Jacobus, in terms of the difference of the Tsessebe and the Hartebeest, you have snagged me on that one. I mean, they're both very, very hard antelope to find. I can remember I went to the Kruger Park many, many years ago, and I did manage to see a Tsessebe, but I have not seen a Hartebeest yet myself. But what I will do is I'll do a bit of reading up on that, and I'll be getting back to you on that, Jacobus. This is a lovely position with these waterbuck kind of slowly ambling towards us here. So we've talked about this big wind that we've had for most of the day here. Obviously the day is progressing and we're going to start to go towards night time. With this wind, it's going to be tough for the animals to be listening carefully. You can imagine if the spooky call of a barn owl or a grass owl or something like that echoes in the darkness. You know, that's going to be a bit scary. That's going to be a bit spooky. But I'm sure all these antelopes will bunch together for the night. You look at something like, even like buffaloes, you know, when they're resting at night time, they like to have some form of body contact with the other members of the herd. It's how they feel confident. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when the sun goes down, you know, darkness takes over, I think it must be the worst time of the day for all of these animals, because they know all the predators are starting to get active, you know. Everybody's starting to stretch, starting to yawn, and they've got to be careful. There come some impalas running across. There's one male chasing a little female around there. And it's been very interesting to watch today with the wind that we've had. Our bigger birds, you know, our raptors. Haven't seen a whole lot of yellow-billed kites flying around. You know, yesterday we had jackal buzzard flying around. Yesterday we had herd-crowned eagle calling. You know, obviously these conditions make it a whole lot tougher for them to be moving around and doing their thing.
Sorry about that, folks. We have unfortunately lost Nick, but of course, as always, we'll try to get him back. Don't worry, we've got elephants at Mashatu. And of course, our beautiful impalas. And our very, very, very noisy quillias. Actually, I had an interesting interaction here at Mashatu now. There were two groups of elephants on either side of the dam. And obviously I was not, taking a very close look at them. But then the next thing, all of them just scattered. Like the group on the one side and the group on the other side, both of them just scattered in their different directions. So not sure what happened there. Maybe just a brief tantrum or something of someone. As we know, elephants are very vocal with one another, even when we can't hear it. So, always interesting. Our blacksmith lapwing being very, very vocal. Alrighty. Well, of course, I am always keeping an eye on our other water holes as well. And I actually had a very funny interaction between a giraffe and an elephant now, but the giraffe just slowly walked away. However, that very giraffe has some very cool birds on it. So let's go over to Djuma. Look at all of the oxpeckers. Ugh. The hardy does, of course, in the background. I promise I do love all animals. I know some of you are probably starting to think I don't. I do, I promise. So this giraffe was actually just drinking water, and one of the elephants was literally in the bush and like sort of mock charging it constantly, but then retreating. It was the funniest thing. And but of course it happened so quickly. But you never know, maybe that mischievous elephant, Lisa, is still around. You never know. But this giraffe is super chilled. Like, he didn't even pay any attention to the elephant charging it. There we go. Earlier at Ukukuya we had a question about giraffes and follow me signs. And I pointed out their beautiful white ears. There you can very prominently see it now. There is just so much happening at Djuma today. Elephants, giraffes, zebras, wildebeest. I was just saying to our Zumi, it's incredible. Because when we actually started this morning, of course it was super cloudy. And again, I always say you can never predict what's going to happen on a safari just looking at the weather. But I'm going to be very honest. I was not too optimistic this morning looking at Juma's weather. It was very, very overcast, and now it's becoming a beautiful day. So hopefully we'll have a very eventful sunset safari in Juma as well this afternoon. And of course all of our other locations.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So you can see scattered all around this beautiful elephant of ours is what we had a quiz on earlier. Elephant dung. And of course, you know, elephants are not territorial. They don't have to be, because nothing much is going to intimidate them other than another elephant. So they actually just sort of poop and walk as they go. So as opposed to rhinos that just sort of, you know, stop in one area and make a lot of middens to mark and indicate their territories, that'll generally just be in one pile. But elephants, I mean, they literally just poop and walk as they go, fertilizing the area. That's of course another very excellent use of their dung, is fertilizer. You can just see our giraffe bull there in the back. Quite impressive size comparison now, or height comparison, I should rather say. You can actually hear the impalas. Just want to see if we can have a look-see. But yes, that very horrible sound you just heard, that those were the impalas. Not at all. My director is whispering in my ear, I might win the impala impersonation competition. Not at all, no. Perhaps the hardy dub. Not at all. No, not the impala. But it really is what they sound like. It's like a lot of other animals, you know. It's beautiful until it opens its mouth. It's like some people as well. No, I'm kidding. Just want to see what the interaction between these two are going to be now, because I'm not sure if it was this elephant that chased the giraffe earlier on. Don't think so. It was a Jibu. It was a fairly younger elephant and much less of a show off. Surprised even with the sun coming out, you know, the animals are still out sort of in the open, which is surprising, you know. Generally, if it does heat up, they tend to go deeper into the bush. Hopefully the impalas make their noise for us again. Otherwise, I'll just have to. Just look at that one oxpecker. That's what I was referring to earlier. If something gets that deep into my ear, I don't care if it's cleaning me or not. Get out. Get out and get off and get away from me. Just look. I'm just. That would freak me out so much. How is that not ticklish or annoying or. I don't understand. Of course, they get used to it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What happened? Something startled them. Just want to have a look-see. I think it's just these bachelors off to the side. Yes. So if it was in fact, something of threat to them, like a predator or anything like that, they would have all stopped immediately and then started alarm calling to one another and amongst each other. But I think it's these bachelors that are challenging one another. So they're all just very vigilant. If this hardy dog can just keep quiet for 2 seconds, we can perhaps hear them. Oh my goodness. So you see, as soon as there's some sort of dynamic between the males, they sort of get everyone excited and on edge. Bobos Banda, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know if elephants are also ruminants. No, sadly they are not. This is why my mother and my grandmother tells me that, being a vegetarian and just eating salad will make you very skinny and lean. It's a lie. If you look at buffaloes, elephants, rhinos, they all eat grass or green things and not the skinniest animals. Now, elephants, this animal that we're looking at, for instance, the giraffe, massive animal, of course, but they are ruminants. But I know that was not your question. You would like to know if elephants are ruminants. So no, unfortunately not. And that is why their poop is so big. So you see, all of this is elephant dung. And it's tricky to show you now, but it's still got a lot of grass and leaves and branches that are not even properly digested in it. So no, unfortunately, they are not ruminants. So this is a beautiful impala harem. Just by looking at them like this, I cannot tell you which one would be the male that is in charge or the ram in charge. Because of course, you know, we know that there is a bachelor herd around that are also playing a lot of games. But I am told in the meanwhile we are going to head to Andrew because apparently he's got a surprise for us. So I'm very, very intrigued. So let's head on over to Amakhala.
Right, so we've had some very challenging circumstances out here today. As you can hear, it's very windy, and so we've managed to find a nice little sheltered spot out here where we can explain a little bit about the vegetation that we found out here. And when we were sort of in the basin, I did touch base a little bit with the sweet thorn tree, the Vachellia karoo, and I thought I would go more into depth over here, and this is it over here. So I would just like to actually go through the symbiotic relationships that these plants have with various other animals. And I'm just going to try and look for an example over here, but it's very interesting. And you will notice that some of these thorns are extremely ballooned or swollen, and I'll explain that now. So here's the branch over here. You'll notice these thorns over here, these are the original sized thorns. But now look at this one over here. What is going on here? So what has originally happened here is there's a wasp out here, and the wasp wants to lay its eggs somewhere where it's going to be safe. And the wasp has figured out that the best place to lay its eggs is going to be inside these thorns. Okay, so the wasp will come along, will sting the thorn just on the base of the thorn here, which will make it a balloon. It'll make it swell up. Because we do know that venom from wasps is made of protein. So when it stings this thorn, it's not going to harm the plant, but instead it's going to sort of pump it up with protein, and therefore it grows. By growing like this, it forms a natural cavity in the inside. And the one thing I have noticed about Mother Nature is she doesn't like empty spaces because it causes a vacuum. So those empty spaces need to be filled. And what happens is the wasp will lay its eggs inside here, and then those larvae, when they hatch out of the eggs, they've got something to feed on, and that's in the inner part of this plant over here. Then, for example, and this is where symbiosis comes in, for example, say a giraffe comes along over here and starts feeding on the leaves, what will happen is maybe the wasp is going to feel threatened, so it'll sting the giraffe or the elephant. And I've seen elephants get stung on the trunk, where it's throwing its trunk up in the air like this, trying to get away from this wasp, and runs away, and therefore leaves the tree to carry on. But then, after that process has taken place, you find that again, because this is now empty and it's hollowed out by the larvae, you will find that those empty spaces get filled yet again. Okay, so just want to show you. Okay, I just want to get a bit closer. Alright, let me just come a little bit closer for you. Okay, so here we are over here. Okay, don't want to break this mirror over here. So now when I open this thorn, you are going to find something inside here on the dash. Alright, just so Morgan can see as well. But look here as I open it up here. Do you see that? So that is larvae from what looks like... Still, okay. Okay. Take a look there. That is, those white things are actually larvae from the cocktail ant. And these are cocktail ants that are inside here right now. So again, more symbiotic relationships are happening here because these ants will protect the tree. So for example, maybe a giraffe comes along, starts feeding on those branches. These cocktail ants are going to climb on the giraffe's nose and bite it, and causes that giraffe to hopefully move away from the tree. And then these ants can continue surviving in the tree. So a lot of symbiotic relationships happening here. This is what we call mutualism. So the tree benefits, and then also the ants are going to benefit from that situation as well. And we also find that there's the Argentinian ant, which I was hoping not to find in here because the Argentinian ant is invasive. I'm not 100% sure how they got into the country, but it happened probably over 200 years ago, perhaps in the 1820 settlers' time. And yeah, those are very, very small, minute ants, and these ones being the bigger ones. There he was actually carrying one there, carrying one of the larvae pods, as you can see there. Okay. Now they call them cocktail ants because when they feel threatened, they literally cock their tails and they make themselves look like spiders or scorpions, if you will. And then hopefully whatever's around doesn't want to fiddle with them too much. That's very interesting, isn't it? So this is that sweet thorn I mentioned, and we did go through the tannins. That's one defense. This is the second defense that they adopt. And then the third adaptation that they adopt is the thorn, which is going to be just to slow down the browsers. So yeah. But if you have any questions about this, please do feel free. There's a lot of information about these and a lot of things that you can actually go through with this. And feel free to send them along and we can definitely go through them. Okay, you can just watch them for a moment. Okay, I'm going to put this back on the tree so they can continue living and doing their process. Alright, the cocktail ant. Very interesting. Let's not forget my Leatherman here. And there you can have a good look at the tree now as well. And the thorns are brilliantly white, as you can see. So this is going to be an indicator for any browsers that yes, I have got thorns. Just be careful. It doesn't stop the browsers, but it will slow them down. And hence the reason why this whole area is covered in these sweet thorns. It's because they're very well protected and they have a few mechanisms to protect themselves. Now you can see that wind blowing in on the trees. Now if I was a browser or a leaf eater, I think those leaves look very sweet and juicy, and they are. So it's not only giraffes that are going to eat them, it's all types of browsers. The kudu love them. In areas where black rhinos occur, they're going to eat this tree as well. Elephants absolutely go after them. And then sometimes if the trunk of the tree gets punctured or damaged enough, you have this Alana, I know these are pretty decent thorns, I won't lie. They are softer thorns, so they don't give us too many flat wheels out here. But in some areas up north where the sickle bush is growing, those are very well known for even going through Land Cruiser tires and an instant flat wheel. But these ones, not so much. But it is a very impressive looking thorns, I won't lie. But as I was saying, sometimes the trunk of the tree does get damaged. Sometimes baboons try and go for the trunk or the cambium of the plant, which is the bark. And from that, the resin starts to seep out. And it actually drips out. And that is said to be rich in vitamin C and then also antibiotics as well. A natural antibiotic. And then birds, they love to make nests in there. And then animals might even lie underneath it because it does provide quite a bit of shade per tree. Also, the pods are quite rich in protein as well. Senna, yes, I'm sure that would happen. I have stepped through one of these thorns before. wearing slip-slops. So those shoes that you easily slip on, that you go to the beach in, slip-slops, went right through. And I had to pull it out with my Leatherman again. Definitely a very sharp appendage that. But it's amazing how soft the thorns are when they first start to grow. They're very flexible and soft, almost like velvety. And as the tree sort of matures and the thorns start to get hard, it starts to become very, very good for defense. Now, elephants really have a good time with these trees. They really do hack them, and they eat the thorns whole. And sometimes even in their droppings, if you ever see elephant droppings and you open it up a little bit, you can find all sorts of undigested things, but one of those things is going to be the thorns. And that's another reason why we don't drive over elephant dung. Not only will you kill dung beetles and microorganisms, but you may even get a flat wheel. Okay, you can take a look around here and see all the different plants that are forming out here. So we're in an area called the Dune Thicket. A lot of sandy roads out here. And nice plants, part of the Albany Thicket as well. So plenty of the milkwoods inside here, Vicellis, which are the sweet thorns. Sometimes the Scotia afras as well, and aloes. Hairy star apples like this area, and the guarri, the all famous guarri, the one that you make a toothbrush from. And you can see some dry vegetation there as well, bit of debris. So elephants have had a go at a few of the trees here previously, and they are now dead.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that.
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. It's in your nature.
So this morning I've been listening to some of the chatter on the radio. The respective field guides have been really looking for elephants this morning, and we've got a sneaky suspicion that they could be very well in this thicket out here. There's a lot of cover here, so they can keep warm inside here, and there's plenty of food for them to forage on. There's also a few water holes nearby that they could also utilize. So we're hoping that just by standing here, we might just hear branches breaking. Small little clues that they are around. Hi there, Darcy. I'm sure you're talking about the resin that comes out the tree. I'm not 100% sure. So if you had a wound on your body and you sort of use it as like a lotion, I'm not quite sure if that would work. I think it's more ingested. So a lot of animals, I've seen baboons actually actively going for that resin, and they eat quite a lot of it. And I believe it needs to be ingested for that antibiotic effect to work. And apparently back in the Bushman times, the Khoisan Bushmen, who were the Bushmen that habitated this general area, they used to use the resin as well for a natural antibiotic. And it's quite exciting when you see baboons out here in this thicket, and they're going after these sweet thorns, trying to puncture that bark to get to the resin inside. And it really drips out. Really does drip out. So I'm just going to turn this radio down.
Some of it is spoke with Lookout and
Okay, we'll just turn that off there. So it sounds like one of the guides who are on day safari now did find a few elephants, which is quite nice. But on the other end of the reserve, so there are 3 family groups in total out here, big family groups, and they can be in different areas. So luckily for Eric, he's managed to find one of the breeding groups. Okay, we're going to try and find some more shelter and other things to talk about. In the meanwhile, let's head off to Lisa at Gowrie Dam.
Dankie, Andrew, and I would like to thank you. I mean, I've always known that, but no one's actually shown me that with a sweet thorns and explained it the way you have. So thank you. We learn something new every day. I'm looking at a giraffe, a Juma, that's chewing gum. It has a bird on its head. No, of course, it's busy regurgitating. So as soon as it stops chewing, we're going to see how it swallows, and then we are going to have a look at hopefully a new ball of cud coming back up. Alrighty, now watch its neck. Droop. Did you guys see that? It came back into its mouth. How cool is that? I always find it so fascinating, and again, I've seen this hundreds of times, but it's so cool when you, I think just purely because it's a giraffe. It's a weird animal already. It's got this long neck, and now they have the ability to do this. So we'll watch again. Pay close attention. In 3, 2, 1. Droop. Okay, coming now. What are you doing? You're not listening, giraffe. Silly animal. So we'll see now. That happened very fast. He either didn't swallow. Okay, watch the bottom of the neck now. Now, what is this giraffe thing? It's ruining my plans. Anyway, this is what they do. They are ruminants, and of course, when they are actively feeding on a tree, the leaves will go to the first room of digestion, and then they are able to regurgitate that ball of cud and then re-chew it, and then only after that then it gets like properly digested. I just want to see, this giraffe is now really messing with me. Okay, watch the bottom of the neck now. Troop. Oh, this wind is also not making it easy. That's fine, don't worry. We saw it. So I think, as another challenge for today, perhaps our last challenge on Escape to Nature today, what do we call the symbiotic relationship between oxpeckers and animals? It doesn't just have to be giraffes. There's a specific name for the symbiotic relationship that they share. So it can be parasitic as well, or parasitism as well, when oxpeckers are pecking at a wound and not allowing that animal to heal. But when both of them are benefiting, what do we call it? You're more than welcome to let me know what you think. There goes our giraffe. It's pretty impressive what we are able to do with the technology that we have. Because you can see how far that giraffe is actually. I often also think when I look at Nick and Andrew specifically, or the other naturalists at Amakala and Kariga, then I think, sheesh, that's really close to be getting to a buffalo or rhino. And then, as soon as I realize how far they are actually, I realize, no, technology is really a wonderful thing. Just want to see if we can in fact still see that oxpecker on the giraffe. There is still one on it. So please do send me your answers. What is the mutual symbiotic relationship between an oxpecker and an animal when both of them are benefiting? There is as I said, parasitism is when one is benefiting and the other one is harmed. And then another symbiotic relationship is when one animal benefits and the other is neither benefited nor harmed. But what is the relationship between oxpeckers and animals where both of them benefit? I really cannot believe how well Juma has treated us today. There has been animals literally the whole day. Since we've started Escape to Nature all the way up to now, we've been really blessed with sightings today here at Juma. And I'm hoping and praying the other naturalists will also have a lot of luck on Sunset Safari. Not just at Juma, but of course all of our other locations as well. Our impalas have also taken off. Probably somewhere in the bush saying "Bleh" to one another. When they do that, I always say it sounds like they had a little bit too much to drink the previous night. I have now not just lost our giraffe. Oh, there's the giraffe. So if you look just off to our right, there is our giraffe. You can just see the neck sticking out. But I've lost our zebras. We just had zebras. They probably have moved off a little bit deeper into the bush just for some shade, as it is heating up now. There's a zebra bum. And there's our giraffe. In the olden days, when I was still a teenager in South Africa, we actually had a band called Zebra and Giraffe. They were not around for very long. Oh, wow. Morgan just informed me that they are actually still around. I have not heard from them in years, so that's wonderful. We really don't know where to look because there's just so much happening everywhere today. We've got some elephants in Djuma. Again. So please do let me know what you think the correct answer is. On our giraffe earlier on, I was asking, what do you call the symbiotic relationship that oxpeckers share with a lot of animals, such as rhinos, buffaloes, and giraffes, when it is not parasitism? So when both of the species actually benefit, what do you call that symbiotic relationship? I definitely know what we call this. Cuteness overload. Darcy Miller, you got it correct. It is in fact called mutualism, when oxpeckers perch on animals and they feed off the insects and the parasites and everything, and both of them actually benefit. As the oxpecker is getting fed, the animal's getting cleaned and massaged. So yes, Darcy Miller, you are correct. It is mutualism. So as I said, you also get a symbiotic relationship called parasitism. Now that is where one species benefits and the other is is harmed. And then commensalism is when one benefits and the other party is neither harmed nor benefits from the situation. So just look at how quickly they disappear. And just like that, it can go from a pumping location and destination for the animals to a rather less action-filled area. Just look at that. The impalas have gone deeper into the bush, so have the zebras, our wildebeest, our elephants, our giraffes. But what a beautiful day it has already been here at Djuma. Alrighty, well, I'm going to take a look at our other locations as well and see what is happening at those water holes. But in the meantime, let's see what Nick and his camera is up to in Kariga.
And welcome back to the slightly windy Kariga. We've had some kudus make their way down to the clearing. You can see a few females in the center of the frame there. Now, so this is roughly the general area where we had our water bucks earlier. When I saw the first female kudu poking her head out from the thickets, I thought it would be such a nice comparison if we could get lucky enough to have a male kudu with these ladies and compare the horns of the male kudu to the male waterbuck. But those waterbuck seem to have moved off a bit and there is no male with them, but nonetheless these females are stunning. So earlier on, Jacobus, you had a question that I told you I would get back to you in terms of tsessebees and red hartebeest, some of the differences. So the tsessebee is a slightly smaller antelope in terms of physical size than the red hartebeest, and in coloration it's going to be a bit darker. And then for the red hartebeest, he's going to have slightly more sort of heart-shaped horns and a longer sort of forehead nose area compared to the tsessebee. Every day is a school day, as they say in the classics. Just going to pan across to the left-hand side a little bit here. You can see we've got a beautiful smattering of lots of different animals here. We've just had those kudus we looked at. We've also had some warthogs that have made an appearance. Just going to take you in as close as I can. Looks like 4 of them moving around at the back there. Hard to tell from this distance the sort of the social organization of that sounder of warthogs. Could be a female, could be a sow with her last litter. Samantha, we definitely get plenty of different predators on Kariega. I've yet to see a lion in the area myself. This is one of my first times down to the area. But yeah, I mean 100%. I mean there's plenty of different predators, you know. There is a small little cat called a black-footed cat, which is one of the ones that's special to sort of the Eastern Cape. Haven't seen myself yet that animal either. I've had a few friends who've been guides down in the Eastern Cape. Very secretive little animal. I'd love to see one of those as well. You know, obviously we've talked about coming up into summer that the impala are going to start to drop their youngsters. When those impala youngsters are dropped, they're incredibly vulnerable as well, and even things like some of our bigger eagles might even look to predate upon some of those smaller impalas, so they'd also be very, very wary of that. Yeah, I guess predators come in all sizes. When I was sitting at Scotia Dam yesterday, there was a group of South African shell ducks that were quietly feeding, you know, looking for little bits of algae and a little bit of this and that. And far off in the distance, I saw the big outline of a bird, of a raptor. Got my binoculars up, had a look, and it was an African fish eagle. And the minute that these South African shell ducks saw them, they started going absolutely crazy, squawking. All of them came together. You know, they were kind of dispersed all over the dam. They all swam together, grouped themselves. you know, and shouting to the fish eagle to let that fish eagle know that he's been seen. I'm just looking far off in the distance. There is some other type of raptor that's being mobbed by some crows, by some house crows, but it's just gone out of sight. I'm not going to try and pan across there.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the sunset show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Cheer.
Yeah, with leopards being, you know, solitary creatures, if they take a horn to the body or something like that, that could be a major problem. You know, so they've got to weigh it up, risk versus reward. Whereas you think of something maybe like a wild dog. You know, remember wild dogs, they live in a pack, in a group. And you know, if one wild dog gets injured, it's you know, it's bad, but it's not a train smash. You know, the rest of the pack can go out hunting. That one that's injured can kind of sit tight. And remember, for those wild dogs, they're able to regurgitate meat, regurgitate food. And that pack would come back and they would regurgitate food for that adult. I mean, I'm just looking at that Inyala there. Although he doesn't have the biggest horns in the world, those could do some serious damage. Beautiful. Well, I'm going to stay with my smattering of animals here, and we're going to take you across to Lisa in Djuma.
Well, Nick, I'm very happy you still have a smattering of animals, because mine have been scattering, and I'm just with Terry the terrapin, who's just been chilling in the sun and tanning, getting his sunbathe on. But I always say it looks like he's smiling. When you look at a tortoise or a terrapin or a turtle, you know, it always seems like they're sort of smiling. But of course, they, I don't know what his emotional state is, to be honest with you. I'm not yet a terrapin whisperer. But of course, he's just catching some sun. He is a reptile, so he does have to rely on outer sources to warm him up. And what better way to do that than the sun? Just like Cedric's Nile monitor yesterday on Sunset Safari, which was one of his animal bingo animals that allowed him to win, actually. So they're really such fascinating creatures. For me personally, any reptile, not just terrapins, but any reptile really, if you look at all of them, like a crocodile, a monitor lizard, they're so strange. Even snakes, very, very fascinating to observe them. And of course, you know, Terry is just like the oxpecker, who we've been talking about. Darcy Miller got the answer right about mutualism in terms of their symbiotic relationship. So Terry, our terrapin, does the same. However, he doesn't actually fly to animals and sit on them. They'll just sort of chill in the water, and as soon as a water hole becomes active with animals, they'll just sort of swim on over to their bodies and their legs. If the animal is in fact wallowing or just chilling in the water, they can get to the actual stomach as well to eat off the ticks and parasites and everything. However, generally they'll go for the legs. Like if a herd of buffaloes just standing in the water, drinking for a bit, then that's what they'll do. So they too practice commensalism. Oh, sorry, mutualism. Oh, there's our baby Egyptian goose. I have not yet seen it today, one of them. There's my lilac-breasted roller. Sorry if you had a heart attack now because of me. I'm the silly roller. I've been looking for it for so long, and then I can't find it, and now I lost it again. Those of you that saw that blue flash, that is the lilac-breasted roller. And it disappeared. Silly bird. Well, unfortunately, you know, the animals aren't Pokemon. We can't catch them all. The wind is picking up a little bit again here in Djuma. Just want to have a look-see and see if I can find that roller, because it's been teasing me for days. Literally just quickly flying down, getting a creepy crawly, and then going back into whichever tree it goes into. Oh, you silly bird. I've literally been patiently waiting for it. And it's just Janjuma that it's teasing me. Every now and again it just flies in front of the camera. We see that blue flash and then it goes back into a tree, which I can't have access to, of course. That's alright. We'll just look at Terry. Terry doesn't stand us up or fly away from us. Terry just chills. So we like Terry. We've got some more zebras again joining the party. Lindy, you would like to know if there's a collective noun for terrapins. And you have asked me the question of the day now. I don't know. I'm not sure. Not that I know of. If any of you know if there's a collective noun for a terrapin, please let me know. And I'm sure there must be. I just haven't heard one. Maybe we should call it a terrace of terrapins. But no, I'm not sure if there is already a collective noun. Yes, well done, Morgan. Morgan is saying for Halloween it can be a terror of terrapins. That's really a tongue twister. Terror. You see now, silly zebras have scared off Terry. Oh, and there is a damselfly. It was just above the water. I know Lauren needed some for her animal bingo yesterday. These zebras definitely have the right idea because there's nice green grass here for them. And of course, some shade. think that oxpeck is having a party on that zebra. Quite ironic, because this is exactly what we started with this morning on Escape to Nature. A beautiful dazzle of zebra. So apparently the collective noun for turtles is a bale of turtles, which is probably the same for terrapins. However, I'm not sure. I cannot confirm this. I've never heard of a collective noun for terrapins, but because it is Halloween Day and in celebration and all of that, we will go with Morgan's suggestion, which was a terror of terrapins. Or if you if you speak with a very Afrikaans accent, it's a terror of terrapins. Just trying to have a look-see and see if we've got any last-minute animals that want to grace us. Actually, it's been so busy today. I have not yet had a look to see if our monitors are around. Doesn't seem that way. Also, just want to have a look in this tree because there is currently a red-billed hornbill that is busy constructing a nest, and I'm not yet sure if the female is already inside busy with the eggs or if she is also still outside. Yesterday it was 2 of them, so just want to have a look-see. So they are literally, from what I could tell from yesterday and today, they are literally in this top branch that branches out to the right, where it becomes really bushy. They are literally in the tree trunk, just behind the bush, or the leaves I should say. So of course very well secluded, hidden, so she and the little ones are in fact safe. So he will then stay on the outside if she's already inside. I don't know if she's already inside. There he goes. But then he will be on the outside constantly looking for some creepy crawlies and all sorts of things that he can feed her and the little ones. So I just want to have a look to see if he's going to return now. But yesterday I suspect he was still closing the nest. Come on, birdie, where are you? Not sure where he went now, but yes, definitely keep an eye on these two trees. There is currently a couple that is nesting there. The red-billed hornbills. Alrighty, let's see what else is around. Hopefully we get a last surprise here at Djuma today, but we've had a really splendid day. Honestly, I can't complain. We've seen so much, so many different interactions. It's just been a wonderful day, and the weather has just completely been in our favor. Even though it didn't look like it when we started, it's just completely cleared up, became sunny and beautiful. Typical day in the Bushveld. Now, it has been such a wonderful day with all of you, and honestly, I want to thank everyone for interacting with us as naturalists. That's really just what makes our job so much easier as well. And of course, you know, we always want to hear from you, so please do continue to send your questions, comments, not just for Escape to Nature, but for Penguin Beach and Sunset Safari and Sunrise Safari. Honestly, it's our favorite thing, interacting with all of you and hearing from you. Because at the end of the day, this is your experience and we want you to enjoy it and, of course, learn as much as possible. I'm trying to think now what has been my favorite thing we've seen today. But again, you know, we've seen a lot today, a lot of different interactions. I think overall that has been my favorite, just the different interactions, you know, between the various species, just the elephants playing, the impalas, the zebras. I would have to say probably the zebras. It was really, really cool getting up close to them like that, like we did this morning, and just being able to see everything that we have so far today. And the day is not even done yet. Just look at that. You really have to sort of pay attention and keep your eye on them. Otherwise you lose them so quickly. So there's one just off to our right on the left hand side of that big tree. And then the other one I lost. Not sure. Spot the elephant. I think to give it more impact, spot the largest living land mammal. Sounds very simple, not that simple. There you are. And again, you know, we see 1 elephant, 2 elephants. How many elephants are actually in this bush? That was always my favorite thing, you know, when you're tracking elephants. You work really hard for it. You've got their tracks, you've got their dung, everything, and they just keep crossing block to block to block to block. And eventually, you know, you just head to a water hole and hope and pray that they eventually come out. And then you see 1 elephant coming out of the bush, 2 elephants, then you hear some trumpets rumbling, and then the next thing you're surrounded by a herd of 100 elephants. And it's really such a surreal feeling. Just look at that. Would you believe me if I told you there's a herd of elephants here? Huh? How incredible is that? And again, you know, as naturalists, we touch on this so often. But it really is mind-blowing if you think about it. A 6-ton animal times 20 of them, and they just completely disappear. But I will definitely tell the naturalists here at Djuma, you know, there were some elephants here. Actually, there was a lot of animals here today that they can hopefully look for on Sunset Safari as well. Hopefully we'll have some more elephants come out. Oh, how perfect. Zebras, we started with you and we're going to end Escape to Nature with you. Yes, as well as a wildebeest with an identity crisis. I want to be a zebra. But to everyone who has joined us today, thank you so much for doing so. We've had a wonderful day predominantly at Djuma at our water holes, but as well as Mashatu, Okukoyo, and then as well from myself. Thank you so much for joining us today. I've really had a lot of fun with all of you, as of Andrew all the way in Amakala, as well as Nick, our cameraman, in Kariga. So thank you so much for joining us today. Please do so again tomorrow. Oh, there's your friend, wildebeest, your friends. But please join us again tomorrow. Stay tuned for Penguin Beach and do join us for our Sunset Safari, as we'll have a spooky animal safari. But for myself, Lisa, thank you so much for a wonderful day. And have a beautiful day or evening or afternoon wherever you are currently. Thank you so much for joining us.